Hey, the music goes away. The music returns. It's a lot brighter in my house, or at least in this room, in the daytime, especially when I got the window open. I want to capture as much of the warmth of the day as possible. I've got my brunch. I've got lunch waiting in the refrigerator. I got donuts. I got my caffeine. I'm in the right category, Pause Champ. I am in the right category. Let's see how this story ends.
The White Ship. She was one of the fastest vessels that was ever built. The man who should be king of the English now,
Ship.
the son of King Henry, was on board when she sailed off. And with the prince there were 140 knights and many nobles, all on their way from Normandy to England. They say the ship hit the rocks, and then a fire broke out. Even before the White Ship had departed, the prince and his men had begun to drink and get violent. Monks that were meant to bless the voyage were then forced to disembark. Some say the ship had been cursed. The king's son and many of his family were pulled down into the Black Sea that night.
Oh, man.
You're forgetting one important detail. Not only these monks, but also Stephen of Blois, the king's nephew, left the ship before it embarked.
Oh, that's how you pronounce
They
it.
say he got ill.
Not Blois.
That old rumor.
The same Stephen who calls himself the king of the English now.
What? That cannot be a coincidence.
Yes, it can be. Of course he's king now. He survived. He is the king's nephew.
What do you think, my lord?
I think Stephen is a clever man. Clever enough to have his whole family perish. But why he would want to rule that godforsaken rock, I will never understand.
What makes you say that? I love my country.
Then why are you leaving?
Well, because I want to see something new.
I'll tell you what you're going to see. A proper country, where people know how
What?
to behave.
Normandy?
What about you? Why are you leaving?
That's the proper country.
I'm looking for someone.
For who? I guess I should stay out of other people's business.
Yeah, I guess you
Forgive me.
should.
You
I guess you
English
should.
do talk a lot, don't you?
I just don't know how to feel about leaving my country for the first time. I mean, how should anyone feel?
You'll see what happens.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just running away.
Maybe.
You should all get some rest. It will not be long now till we reach Cherbourg.
Thank the Lord. I can't wait to be back.
Ah, Daedalic Entertainment. Yeah, they did Deponia. Point and click games. Let's go. Those are really realistic looking clouds, aren't they?
In the late summer of 1142, I had left my home country, England, for good. My old life lay in shambles, as did my former home of Kingsbridge. Having failed both my friends and family, I had set out to find my baby's father, the man I still loved with all
Gotta
my
find my
heart,
baby daddy.
Jack Jackson. And so early one morning in July, I finally arrived on the shores of Normandy. With nothing on me but a pouch of coin and a young, curious face yet unnamed, who was just as unfamiliar to this new world as was I.
The White Ship. The sinking of the White Ship in 1120. One of the fastest ships of its time. It was steered by the son of the Captain Mora, the ship that brought William the Conqueror from Normandy to England when he invaded England in 1066. Like his father before him, the captain of the White Ship gladly offered his vessel to many members of the royal household from Normandy to England to visit the king. But like all the poor souls who went aboard the ship, the captain did not survive the voyage. In the dark of night, the ship hit rocks and a fire broke out. The ship was dragged down to the darks of the abyss sea, and with it, many of the king's heirs. That's what led to
You're
all this
still
trouble in
here.
the first place.
Oh, it's you. I'm just trying to get my feet used to good solid ground again. The last bit of our voyage wasn't exactly my pint of ale.
Not my cup of tea.
That hammer you're carrying, do you happen to be a mason?
Actually, I am. You have a keen eye, mistress.
I guess I just know a mason when I see one.
To be honest, I haven't been one long. Just finished my apprenticeship in Salisbury. Before that, I used to shear sheep with my parents, but I guess that wasn't really for me. Father still hates me for leaving, though.
I left my old life as well.
Scary, isn't it? To start off fresh and all that.
Well, you definitely sound more excited than scared.
Oh, I am excited. Wouldn't anyone be?
I don't know. Maybe. What will you do to find work here as a mason?
Don't know. That's for me to find out. All I heard was that the wages are better over here.
So you'll just travel from town to town and look for employment?
Right.
Seems
And
easy
I was
enough.
starting to say, a fellow mason told me about the abbey there. He said these Normans build their churches quite differently than we do back home. I need to see that with my own eyes. Maybe learn a thing or two.
Maybe Jack went to the Abbey in Lasay.
Do many masons go to Lasay?
I dunno. It's really just a tiny town. The mason who told me just happened to do some repairs there once. It's likely he told others as well.
I'm looking for someone. A red-haired mason called Jack Jackson. He came to France about a year ago or so.
A fellow mason, great. Unfortunately, I wouldn't know a thing. After all, I just arrived here with you.
I know, but should you meet someone like that on your journey, tell him Aliena of Shiring is looking for him.
All right? Jack
All right.
Jackson. I'll keep an eye out for you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Have a safe journey.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. The safest
You
of
too.
travels. Trace Jack's route inland. Will I ever find Jack again? Not Jack? It looks like Jack. Hello. You look like
Good
Jack.
day. I am looking for someone. A traveler who came through here last summer. Oh, hush now. I need to talk to this man.
It's not Jack. It looks like
Looks
Jack.
young.
He was born at the beginning of summer.
What's his name?
I haven't given him one yet.
You should. He needs to know who he is. Makes growing up a lot easier. You said you're looking for someone.
Hey, looks a bit like you.
The man I'm looking for looks a bit like you, actually. A bit more boyish, though.
Oh,
So he has red hair, but no beard. Well, I don't know every redhead around these parts. There
you
are
don't
quite a
all
few
know
of
each
us.
other?
Most of my family here in Cherbourg is ginger.
Oh, his name is Jack Jackson, and he is a mason.
No. No, sorry. I haven't seen him. And I come here every day. Maybe May saw him. She helps the sailors get their cargo to the nearby towns. Carries travelers, too.
I'll ask her. Well, thank you.
All right, we got a lead. Stall. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm stalling. Coach woman. Oi.
Hey, you.
Hey.
That's quite a bundle you got there. Where are you headed?
Have you seen a red-haired mason? He must have landed here sometime late last summer.
Another ginger in Normandy? I wouldn't have noticed, even if he was carrying a hammer instead of a fishing rod. Maybe you should ask someone in Barfleur. That's where all the travellers come through, the pilgrims and kings. Their lot rarely lands in Cherbourg, with the fortress passing back and forth between Stephen of Blois and Geoffrey of Anjou. Why you even came to Cherbourg in the first place baffles me.
Blois.
It was the earliest ship I could get.
You must be in some hurry, madam.
Let's just say I needed to get away before I changed my mind.
Fine with me. Who am I to judge?
Maybe Barfleur.
What other routes are there besides going through Barfleur?
Oh, I don't know, really. You need to ask the locals about that. But Barfleur sounds like a good place to start. Shake my hand and I'll take you there.
Do you know the road to Lissay?
Do you know the road to Lessay?
Been there,
Lessay.
seen it. But I hope you're not planning to go there on foot. Tell you what, you give me some coins and I'll treat you to me wagon. You can even change your destination once we're on the road. What'd you say?
All right, bet.
All right. Take me out of town.
All right. Where'd you need to
All
be?
right. Anywhere but here. Well, I guess we could start in Barfleur and then go to Lessay.
We went to Barfleur, a scenic port town built on granite. It was the biggest harbour in Normandy and the main entry point for the Normans to their new possession of the Isle of England. I talked to some of the sailors and fishermen, but no one had remembered seeing Jack. How
No?
could they? Almost a year had passed since he, a simple mason, had journeyed through the busy town.
I mean, you
a
probably
town
found
with
something
no
to do,
memory
right?
other than that of the last king who passed through on yet another one of his violent conquests. Maybe I was approaching this the wrong way. What had drawn him to France in the first place? The distance to Kingsbridge? Or something specific? What was my lead?
What is your lead? All right, to Lessay. Or Lessay.
Lessay was tiny, but as it turned out, worth the trip. In the small abbey church of the Trinity,
Look at that
I met
church.
a monk who claimed to have talked to a man fitting Jack's description. He'd been fascinated by the abbey's rib vaulting and had asked the monks countless questions about the place's construction. The monk apologized
Sounds like a
that he
lead.
couldn't tell me where Jack had traveled next, but I didn't mind.
Yeah, just the fact that you
I lay
found
down
him.
to sleep on the floor of the Abbey guest house and, for the first time in almost a year, I felt relief. As I drifted into sleep, I hugged our baby tight and whispered into his tiny pink ear,
Aww.
"We're going to find your daddy."
We gonna find your daddy. Le Mont Saint-Michel.
My father had once told me tales of the Mont Saint-Michel. Long ago, the Archangel Michael had urged
Song.
Aubert of Avranches to build an abbey on a lonely rock
One of my
on the
favorite
ocean
songs of,
by
by
burning
Aphex
a hole
Twin.
into his head.
From Mont
They
Saint-Michel.
say one can go and see his penetrated skull on display in the church of his hometown.
It's off of the album Drux.
It was a windy day when I arrived, and the place was crowded with pilgrims and jongleurs.
Oh,
I remembered Jack's fascination with these tellers of stories. I spoke to one who was just taking a break. As it happened, he had indeed met Jack,
Oh.
although not in Mont Saint-Michel, but on a road heading east from there.
East.
Apparently, Jack had been hopelessly tracking jongleur who might have known his father, Jack
Oh.
Sherberg.
Well, that
But
makes
as
sense.
he'd been gradually running out of money, he'd intended to look for work in Le Mans or Tours. That was about 6
Mans
months ago.
Tour.
I was catching up.
Well, Le Mans.
Going to Le Mans reminded me of all the trouble I'd left behind in England.
Hmm.
30 years ago, Le Mans had been conquered by the Plantagenet Geoffrey of Anjou,
The
Maud's husband.
Plantagenet.
And although they'd held it ever since, other noble families kept on pulling at the city, like Maud and Stephen tearing at England. There was no sign of Jack, but I got news of a new kind of cathedral being built in Saint-Denis, just north of Paris. It was possible that Jack had gone there to learn from the craftsmen. That was, if he hadn't travelled further south, looking for work in one of the many churches in Tours, the hometown of Saint-Martin.
Saint-Denis. Saint-Martin. Maybe Jack went to Tours? The great cathedral of Saint-Denis? Can I go there after that? Shit. Tours is so close! I mean, I could probably go to Orleans and then Saint-Denis after that. We just bypass Tours. Let's go to Saint-Denis. Au revoir.
North of Paris, I visited the construction of the great cathedral of Saint-Denis. It was far from finished, but already I could feel its magnificence. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. I assumed if Jack had come near Paris, he would have ended up here. Unfortunately, I was wrong. No one among the army of masons raising the cathedral of Saint-Denis had known him.
Oh no.
My stomach churned when I realized that my strenuous walk to Paris had been for naught.
No! So now we gotta go all the way back down to Tours? Oh my god. After 2 months on the road. Tours. Central France. Important looking man. The church design. I guess I should talk to the important looking man.
Good day. Are you the master builder?
What is it?
I'm looking for a mason who may have passed through here. An Englishman with carroty hair. He calls
Carrot?
himself Jack Jackson.
A redhead?
Yeah.
Yes. Did you see him?
Have
He
you
might
seen
have
any
asked for
redheads?
work here.
No, I'm not looking for new masons. We're just doing repairs.
Ah, but was he here?
No, never seen him. Now, stand back, woman. Something could fall on your baby's head.
Whoa.
Are there other construction sites around Tours?
Well, yes. It's a big town.
And where would an outsider most likely find a job?
Dunno. Ask around.
Okay. May I talk to your workers?
May I talk to your workers?
No, they're
No,
busy.
they're working.
And I can assure you they have nothing to say on that matter.
Why not?
Perhaps I'll talk to them once they've finished for the day.
Yeah.
It would be a waste of time.
God. You hesitated when I mentioned a redhead.
You hesitated when I mentioned a redhead. Are you sure you haven't seen him?
Yes, I am sure. All right, he was
What?
here. Was
What?
working for me. But I had to throw him out after 2 or 3 days.
What?
Why?
Because he was all want. Let me redesign the roof, let me make the nave lighter.
Oh.
All pretty ideas, but he never shut up long enough to do the work he was supposed to do. Shit, that man was almost as needy as my son when he was still a brat.
He does
Sounds
know
like
a lot
Jack.
about his craft.
Well, I know masons like him. They grow up gifted, but without a mote of discipline in their guts.
Yeah,
Can't
sounds
work
like
with
Jack.
someone like that.
Do you know where he went next?
No idea. Maybe to Limoges or Angoulême. Maybe even to La Rochelle. Seemed to have plans for every cathedral on God's green earth, but none for himself.
I understand.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'll leave you to it then.
Bon voyage.
Merci beaucoup. Très bien. La Rochelle, Angoulême, or Limoges? Let's start with the one by the ocean.
We had just left Tours when I suddenly felt dizzy.
Uh-oh.
I stopped and made rest, trying to catch my breath, then lost my breakfast in a ditch at the side of the road.
Ugh. Gross. You
To my
okay?
horror, our baby too had grown pale, his breath shallow like that of an old man. I tried not to panic, but the next inn was a long distance away and we couldn't stay on the road where it was wet and cold.
So we went to Poitiers?
I managed to walk until the sun had fully risen before I keeled over. A knife merchant who'd been travelling behind me flagged down a coach heading back to Tours and
Oh my
haggled
God.
with the coachman to carry me back to an inn.
Stream. Okay. It took me back
Back
to
in
Tours.
Tours, the fever got worse. I remember people carrying me into a room, laying me on a bed. I tried to feed my baby, but after that, everything turned into a blur.
Oh God.
When I awoke, Jack was standing next to my bed.
What?
He scolded me for following him. You know you could go anywhere you want, he whispered. Why be stupid and follow me?
Because I love you.
I tried to answer, but he just opened the window and jumped out, heading toward ancient Greece, or maybe all the way to Arabia. And in my feverish mind, I followed him.
Anywhere you go. Alright. Well, Greece is closer. Feverish mind to Greece.
The further I went, the angrier I got. For years, I'd been fighting for my family. I'd committed myself to an oath to my father. I'd
Yeah, you
built
did.
up a business to sustain it, and even
Yeah.
married a man I despised so I could create a future for the people around me.
Yeah, you did.
I'd known nothing but my duty to the men in my life, while the man I was trying to find lived a life of casual irresponsibility. He traveled the world on a whim to learn about mathematics and philosophy, while I had to raise the child he'd fathered.
Doesn't seem fair, does it?
When could I ever do anything just for myself? I asked the world as I went on.
Why? Arabia? No. A site of great failure.
I'd traveled in a circle all the way to the edge of the world and back, only to return to the place of our failure. With my eyes closed, I listened to the sound of ripping yarn and crumbling walls, and of coaches carrying good people away into a cloud of crimson dust. When the last moat had settled, I opened my eyes again and found myself in a dirty little room.
Welcome back.
An old maid was sitting next to my bed and smiled at me, then handed me my baby. Oh, dear God. He still looked so pale.
Aww. Feed him.
I tried to feed him, but he refused.
Keep him
Oh,
warm.
please, God, let him live. Don't punish him for my own sins. I gently caressed his head until finally he put his mouth to my breast and drank more and more, becoming greedier with every swallow.
Good kid.
We had both been spared.
Yay!
We rested one more day. Then I gathered my things and headed back to the cathedral to thank the Lord for his mercy.
Thank you, Lord. I need to thank the Lord. How do I get there? Oh. Pointy arch.
This isn't a good place for praying.
Well, where the hell am I supposed to go, huh? The statue of Mother Mary?
I thank you, dear Lord.
Makes
All
sense.
right, steady
I thank
now.
you for having spared my child.
Uh-oh.
I thank you for...
Don't let go until it's done.
Uh-oh.
But why are you showing mercy on me? I failed everyone I cared about. I failed Jack. I failed my brother. And if I never return, I would also break the oath I had given Father. It's just that I feel like I've never had a life of my own. I've always fought for others.
Yeah.
And this may be the very first time that I fight for something that I only want for myself.
First time in your
Maybe
life.
I should just go back and help rebuild Kingsbridge. Maybe Jack
that's
doesn't
giving up.
even care for me anymore.
What?
Amen.
The only person that Jack's ever loved.
Huh.
Huh. What's that? That's Jack's statue. You recognize that.
I've seen one of those before.
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it? The man who did that really had it in him.
Yes, I knew him once.
I agree. He always did.
Oh, you knew Master Jacques.
Yes,
Master
but it's
Jacques.
been a while since I last saw him.
They called
It's
him a
shame
master.
that the master let him go. In just 1 month, he did so many things.
I thought he left after
The
3
master
days.
builder said he'd fired him after just 3 days.
Did he? Well, maybe that's how he remembers it. The two didn't really see eye to eye, you know? To tell you the truth, everyone thinks that he feared for his own job, having someone like that around. The last thing Jack did was carve that corbel. It was the one thing the master let him do. Then when he was done, he was asked to leave.
It bears so much pain.
I know. Jacques
I
worked
know.
very hard on it. He was impatient and had a temper, but you could see that he tried to overcome it. Conquering that rock was very important to him.
Oh, I understand that so well.
Oh, I get it.
Do you happen to know where he went next?
He wanted to walk the pilgrim trail to Santiago de Compostela.
The Camino? The Way of St. James?
He said he might find someone there who knew his father.
Just one more thing. How was he when he left?
Never thought about that. Relieved, I guess. He seemed ready for something new.
Thank you so much for your help.
Think nothing of it. And good luck on your travels. May you find what you are looking for.
Oh, I will. Far
Isn't
away.
it odd? Just when you stop looking, you come across the most curious of things.
What's that supposed
Like
to mean?
these 3 devices that one of my merchants brought back from Baghdad.
Oh no. Is it another one of your Banu Musa toys, Rashid?
They're not toys, Adriel. They're objects of scholarly ingenuity and reflection.
I will let my valued friend from the north do the honors.
Yes, do the honors. Hey, Jack.
Jack, if you may.
What is that statue?
For one, let me draw your attention to the magnificent songbird on the table.
Songbird?
Now, on second thought, why don't you save the lady for last? Otherwise, the other 2 devices might appear bland and boring in comparison.
Alright, we'll go
I
look at
agree.
the songbird first.
And then, to that wondrous donkey next to the entrance.
Okay, I'm trying to look at the song.
Although, the most astounding thing of all stands right between them.
Songbird device.
That statuette.
Haha, precisely. But, one thing at a time. Let us
Yoink.
let Jack decide what to demonstrate first.
I'm trying to look at the songbird device. Okay, let's look at the donkey device. Present all 3 items.
He likes to take his time, doesn't he?
What on earth? They're mocking me. Yay, I filled it with water.
And now? Now, Jack will heat the water in the tank.
Ah, see, we're
What
making
is
the
he
bird
doing
device.
Not much, I
We're
suppose.
making the bird device work by putting everything where it belongs.
It's so beautiful it will make you cry. Just
I'm
listen.
fascinated. That's clever. Alright, the Banu Musa. The Banu Musa were brothers, were 3 scholars of Persian descent who lived in Baghdad in the 9th century. They are known for the Book of Ingenious Devices, a large illustrated collection of mechanical appliances with automata. Those automata were largely designed for entertainment, but featured innovative engineering. The brothers also wrote books on astronomy, astrology, and geometry, the last of which had great influence on both Islamic and European mathematicians. The Banu Musa. Learn your history, kids.
Well, how marvelous.
All the
How does
history.
it work?
Not just the stuff they tell you to learn about in school. Learn all the history. For those who are not students of history are doomed to repeat it.
Go on, Jack. Tell them.
It's possessed by an evil spirit.
There's a hidden wheel inside the box. It turns an axle that in return raises and drops a sequence of small cylinders inside. These cylinders work like fingers playing the flute.
Yes.
But who is blowing into the flute?
The steam.
Steam.
The air pressure.
Steam?
Yeah.
Yes. When I opened the pipe, it gradually pushed itself into the tube.
The power of steam. For once, I must agree. This is brilliant.
Yeah.
Of course! It was created by a Muslim after all.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What else have you got, Rashid?
Anyone care for some tea?
tea? I'd love some tea.
Thank you, my daughter. We will have some as soon as Jack has finished our presentation.
Mind if I watch?
Of course not.
Alright, so we figured out how the
So,
songbird
who is
device
this
works.
man, Rashid?
A small
Jack
table.
is a friend of the house.
The donkey device. Hi.
A brilliant
Aisha?
man, a scholar
Don't let
and
me
a
distract you,
talented
Jack.
artist.
Can I just take some tea from you?
Just the other day, he explained Euclid to me. What is that?
I'm taking it.
A Greek
No, it's
who
too
wrote
heavy.
a book called The Elements
No.
of
That's not what I meant.
Geometry.
I meant to do this.
The Egyptians translated it into Arabic, and now the Englishmen are turning it into Latin.
I could watch this man scoop up water all day. How very peculiar.
Pour the water into the donkey device. Pause, champ.
Now, watch the head. Just any moment now.
Just wait for it. Pause, champ. Oh,
There. Did you see? It threw up.
what did it throw up?
Rashid, this is disgusting. Oh, far from it. Would you kindly explain how it works, Jack?
It's pure magic.
You see that bowl floating on top of the water? At the bottom of that bowl is a small hole. Through it, the bowl is slowly filled with liquid. Once it's full, it sinks, pulling a string which makes the ball drop onto a weight. This, in return, pulls the bowl up again, emptying it in the process.
Thus resetting the entire mechanism.
Brilliant.
If you timed it perfectly, you could make it drop a ball at every hour.
Turning it into a clock. How clever.
How clever.
It's still nothing more than a puking donkey.
Ah, you don't see its true
Show us
innovation.
more, Rashid.
One could join those two and build a singing donkey clock. One song after every hour.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be pretty clever?
That would be pretty clever.
I know, right? You could be the one to build it.
Oh, that would be unfair. It's your invention.
I would let you have it. Or we design it together.
Oh, Aisha putting moves on Jack.
You still haven't shown us that statuette yet.
Of course. Jack, if you
But
may,
of course, yes, I may, and I will. Yoink.
Oh, you will love this. Just watch.
I need to put it somewhere cold. Well, that was in the sun. This is in the shade.
And now?
Just be patient, but
Just wait for it.
don't look away. It takes some time for her to do what?
To do what? Huh? Wait for it.
Is it crying? Isn't that amazing?
It's crying.
No, it's irritating.
Why is it crying?
Rashid, what is going on?
It's a mystery? We don't know?
It's a mystery.
Rashid, please.
We all know that there is no such thing as a man-made miracle.
And this piece of wood is very clearly made by man.
I very much agree, my friends. But so far, none of us has an explanation.
All we know for certain is that her glassy eyes shed tears when you move her from warmth into cold.
Like a plant at sunrise.
Ah.
Or dew.
Oh,
The only difference is the surface. That's all.
she's figured it out. Go on.
I think you may be onto something.
Am I? Of course, I had no intention of disturbing your conversation. But if you can find out why there's dew gathering on a plant, you may understand why that woman is so weepy. So, who wants a cup of tea?
I'll have some.
Your daughter is quite something, Rashid. A scholar in her own right.
Yes.
I know. I'd rather she wasn't.
What?
It would make marrying her off so much easier.
Oh, I'm certain that won't stay a problem for long.
That's
Maybe
not a problem.
the dew originates from invisible water in the air. Water that stays hidden when it's hot.
Steam in the air. 3 months later.
The pilgrim trails across France converged at Osterbat in the foothills of the Pyrenees. There, the group of 20 or so pilgrims who had been travelling alongside me since I'd left Tours swelled to about 70. Some were prosperous citizens, some probably on the run from justice, a few drunks, and several monks and clergymen. Several languages were spoken, including Flemish, a German tongue, and a southern French language called Op. Nevertheless, there was no lack of communication among them, and as we crossed the Pyrenees, they sang, played games, told stories, and in several cases had love affairs.
Ooh.
While my baby and I
Spicy.
kept mostly to ourselves.
Ganz schön frech, die mit ihrem Kind.
That's German.
Hush now. Hmm?
Why does it still sound like a construction site? But the construction sounds have not gone away. Why is that?
Kann ein Mann nicht einfach mal seine Ruhe haben?
Kann ein Mann
Der Weg
nicht...
aus Babenberg war doch anstrengend genug. Ein Kind hat ja auch gar nichts verloren. Stimmt doch, oder?
Stimmt doch, oder?
Jetzt ist aber gut.
Jetzt ist aber gut.
I'm sorry. He has to cry himself out before he'll fall asleep.
The sounds of construction are going to annoy me.
It will give you a strong voice one day, won't it?
Maybe it'll reset at the next save point.
Do you have children?
Yet another programming error. Rock the baby.
How long have you been traveling to get here? I met pilgrims from as far east as Franconia.
Franconia.
I am sorry. We'll go for a walk so you can get some rest.
Dankeschön. What? It still sounds like a construction site. Nope. I still hear construction. I'm going to close the game. I'm going to reopen it. I can't stand hearing that construction. It just doesn't make sense. But it did save. I waited till after I saw the save thing. So now I open the game again. I open the game again. So buggy. I open the game again? Hello? There we go. Daedalic. I feel like I can move it slightly to the left. Ever so slightly. There we go. Yes. Yes, you auto-saved, and then I closed the game because I didn't want to hear the sounds of a construction site while I was underneath a bridge trying to get some sleep and the baby's crying. So please continue me right there at that spot. Ah. You hear that? That's the sound of no masons being nearby. Alright, let's go for a walk. Calm down, baby. Babies. Crying babies. Ah. Hear that? That's the sound of the ambience we're looking for. River Arga. What's wrong?
Dear Lord, what are you doing? You should get out of the water. It's freezing.
My ring. I lost my ring.
Oh
Dear
no.
Lord, please show mercy.
Oh, she's blind. Well, the baby stopped crying. So there's that.
Come
Here.
back to me. Please
She's not
come
listening.
back to me.
Poor soul. Maybe I can help her
Where
somehow.
are you? Where did you go?
The cold will kill you.
I can't
Getting colder
leave
and darker.
without my ring.
Actually, can I brighten up the game somehow a little bit? It's really, really dark. Settings. Graphics. Ah, look, I can. There. Ah, that's better. This whole game's been really dark this whole time. Oh well. Here. Take the baby.
She's not lis. She's not lis.
Here, have you read the book?
She's not listening.
She can't read. She's blind. Search for ring.
Come back to me.
Wait.
Please come back
Is it
to
this?
me.
It's this sparkling thing right here on the ground.
Where are you? Where did you go?
I found it. I should keep it. Why shouldn't I keep it?
I found it.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Why shouldn't
You are
I
a
keep
very
it?
kind woman.
Because it doesn't
So
belong
very,
to me.
Very kind.
I'm glad I could help.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
It has an owner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are you getting warmer?
Are you getting warmer?
I am, thank you.
I can see this ring is very precious to you.
It was a gift from my stepmother.
My precious.
She thought I would stay forever, but I didn't.
Why did you leave?
Oh, I thought I didn't belong.
Aw.
She always said I was her daughter, but I was sure she was lying. I was so selfish and so stupid. Too stupid to see I really was happy.
Tell me about your stepmother.
She was such a kind woman. So very, very kind.
Maybe you really weren't happy.
Maybe you really weren't happy.
I don't know. I was very young and thought I was unhappy because I didn't live close to the sea. But in the end, the sea did not feel the same about me.
Huh?
The cold there made me sick. It took away my sight.
The ocean?
It was courageous of you to leave. You did what your heart told you to.
I was stupid. So stupid.
Agree to disagree, I guess.
Ah, that's why you went on the pilgrimage.
Yes, so that St. James might see my devotion, and I will be united with my mother in heaven. I'm just not as kind as you. Not kind at all.
What?
Actually, we two have quite a few things in common. I too am trying to make amends with the one man I loved the most. I was told he went straight to Santiago.
You will know soon.
Yes, I will.
Not soon enough. It's still 4 weeks till I get there.
He'll be there, I'm sure
Aw.
of it.
I hope so. I just feel that with every day that passes, I'm losing him a bit more. And that the only thing I can allow myself still to hope for is not love, but forgiveness.
I understand.
Hey, hush now. Not long now and our journey will be over,
Ah, Camino de Santiago. El Camino de Santiago was also known as the Way of St. James. It's a Christian pilgrimage route to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela, where the remains of Jesus' apostle St. James the Greater were presumably put to rest. The pilgrimage to Santiago, besides Jerusalem and Rome, is one of the most important pilgrimages in Christianity, and is believed to be one of the only ways to free a pilgrim of their sins. By the 12th century, it has become a well-organized undertaking. Even a book was written as a travel guide for the pilgrims, the Codex Calixtinus, supporting the pilgrims in completing their travel. The scallop shell was used to guide the pilgrims on their way and serves as a symbol of St. James and the Camino. Because at the end of their travels, the pilgrims will almost have reached the ocean. Well, it's a well-documented
The
path.
woman's name was Alba. She came from a small town somewhere in Catalonia. I quickly got used to her constantly feeling out for her stepmother's ring and the sad guilt that would always follow in her milky eyes.
Oh.
I wasn't sure if she appreciated my company, but I couldn't leave her on her own either. By the time we reached Los Arcos, she'd stopped talking, while I kept on dropping a kind word here and there to let her know I was still by her side. Alba believed herself to be of weak mind and body, and yet she walked the Camino with a strong sense of purpose that willed her onward. It made me wonder about what I'd told her about my own journey. Did I hope for love, or was I really traveling because I needed him to forgive me?
¿Por qué no los dos?
But what was there to forgive? My decision to marry Alfred had been in the best interest of the people of Shiring. It was a sacrifice I had to make to stop the evil reign of William Hamley. These questions had haunted me for a long time now. But if I really was going to see Jack soon, it was time to make up my mind.
Leon!
Around Leon, the path began to gradually turn uphill. It was only 2 more weeks till we'd reached Santiago. The baby was in a good mood, and so, surprisingly, was Alba.
But then...
After Astorga, the trail got more difficult. Alba became slower and slower, and we had to rest more. She became quiet again. The strain on her old body grew, and she worried that she might not be able to reach the end. Still, we managed to push onward.
Ponferrada.
The next morning, she refused to get up. Her breathing was disturbingly shallow, and she hardly noticed me touching her forehead. Everything hurts, she said, and urged me to continue without her.
What? No.
Of course, I stayed with her. I brought her food and water and sat by her side. But day after day, her condition grew worse. She kept on urging me to go, to find Jack, saying the monks of Ponferrada would take care of her. I'd hardly known her, and most of the time she'd tried to push me away, as if she considered herself a nuisance that slowed me down and who didn't deserve company. It wasn't until a few moments before she died that, for the first time, she smiled at me, and I like to believe that she saw me smile back. I still like to believe that here, in this unlikely place, dying next to a near stranger, she'd found a moment of serenity and happiness, but she'd not reached Santiago. When I left, that thought still haunted me. To see that a journey could come to an end so suddenly. But what would be different if she had reached Santiago? Could she have been disappointed by what she found?
Possibly. After 1 month of traveling on the way of St. James.
After months of hard travel, the child and I finally reached Santiago de Compostela. In the evening, we attended Mass in the great cathedral, then started to roam the town looking for my dear Jack. It was almost dawn when finally a priest pointed me to an inn close by.
To an inn. Innkeeper.
Buenos dias. Do you understand me?
Sí.
Sinto ben, pero non temos camas dispoñibles.
No, I don't need a room. I was told a friend of mine stayed here some time ago. A red-haired Englishman called Jack. Do you remember him?
Eu só che falo en galego, miña rula.
Français? English?
Español.
Have you seen a man called Jack Jackson? Jack? He's a mason.
Jack?
Yes, have you seen him?
Pásanche por aquí centos de peregrinos, e cada un eche de seu pai. Vas ter que ser algo máis específica.
I don't understand.
I do. She sees hundreds of people pass through here. Doesn't remember any specific person named Jack.
I was told that Jack stayed here, but how can I make myself understood?
The baby.
Oh, qué cousinha. Eche rubio.
See, redhead. Have you seen his father?
His
Padre
father.
del Niño? Jack.
Ven sendo un peregrino?
What?
Yes, he's
É
a
un
pilgrim.
peregrino?
Pilgrim.
No. He's not a pilgrim.
He's not?
Entón, quen ven sendo?
Point at something.
Let me show you something.
What am I gonna point at? Fireplace? The cathedral? Wait. Point at the cathedral.
He's a mason. He builds things like that.
Ah, eche masón.
Ah, mason, that's the
Albanese.
same word.
See, a mason. It's the same word in Galician.
Por
Galician.
aquí pasan unha morea de masóns. Non me poderías dicir algo máis sobre él?
Well, he's a mason and he has red hair. He's also very knowledgeable. But how do I tell you that?
Brain. Book.
The man I'm looking for loves to read.
Anda, isto eche do masón.
See, it's his.
Oín falar dun masón que dis que se dedica a traducir libros en Toledo.
Polo visto, di que se chama Jack.
Yes, Jack. Have you seen him?
Se llama
Non sei
Jack.
cal será o seu apelido, pero ben é certo que non chai moitos masóns rubios aos que lles guste ler. Se tan desesperada está, por que non vai a Toledo a comprobalo por si mesma?
Entón, marchou para Toledo.
He went to Toledo?
He went to Toledo.
A Toledo marchou, sí.
Di que o teu Jack podería estar en Toledo.
All right, so I will go to Toledo then. Gracias. I just pray that I understood you correctly.
Yeah. No, the dude on the ground said, there's not that many red-headed masons who love to read that have passed through here. And so we travel to Toledo. Holy Toledo! Man, this first chapter is taking an hour. 1 month after... Wait. 1 month after leaving Compostela? Toledo. Hay muchos libros en Toledo.
Buenos dias. Parlez-vous français? English?
Of course. How may I help you?
Oh.
I was told a man named Jack Jackson lives in this house.
Who told you this?
A group of scholars living at the edge of town. They said he
Nice.
used to translate old scriptures about mathematics before he moved here.
Please wait here. I will talk with Master Rashid.
Hey, we found him. Okay. That's the right place. Master Rashid. Alright, let's go hang out by the fountain. A rich merchant's estate. Look at these pillars. What is that? Lots of pillars. Pointed arches. House. Another pointed arch. Seen a few since that. Please let Jack be here. Take a peek inside. Yep, this is the place. Huh? Very elaborate. Never seen anything like this. Jack would really love it here. What is this? Artificial bird connected to whatever that is. Is this a donkey? What's the donkey doing? The slingshot! We know Jack's here!
It's his!
Jack is here. This is all the proof I need. Alright, let's go find him. Hey, lady.
Oh, there you are. May I ask who let you stroll around our house?
I was asked to wait here.
I was asked to wait here.
Yes, my servant told me already. My father's not here at the moment, so you'll have to make do with me. Unfortunately, I must disappoint you. There's no one called Jack living in this house.
Excuse me? Maybe he took a different name.
Maybe he took a different name then.
I'm sorry, but this is not easy for any of us.
What do you mean?
I think you should know that Jack and I are promised to each other.
Excuse me?
Maybe we should go inside. The
What?
sun's burning, and my mother doesn't need to hear us.
Oh no, Jack, what have you done?
Jack told me about you. You are Aliena. You're the one who rejected him and married his stepbrother.
Broke his heart. Mmm.
And now you want him back.
Ooh. I need my son to meet his father.
I need my son to meet his father.
His father? The little one is Jack's son.
Yep. Jackson's Jackson.
He is.
He always said that he had come here to find out about his family. But
Well.
instead, he found out about everything else. About philosophy, mathematics. When he and my father met, it was love at first sight. They studied together and made great plans. But in the end, Jack would always start talking about his cathedral again. This great church he would build one day.
Sounds like someone I know.
Pointed windows. He'd ramble on about it for hours and stare up at that ceiling. We three sat here for hours and talked. And then in the evenings, it would be just the two of us. So many strange ideas about the future. Some barely more than silly dreams. Others almost in arm's reach.
think I know where this is going. You're talking about him as if he were gone.
You're talking about him as if he were gone.
Well, he's not here anymore.
What?
My father had offered him work as a master builder here in Toledo. He would have been well off and free to spend his evenings under vaults like this, with me as his wife.
But
what
in the
happened?
End,
he refused.
He refused?
Tell me, did you really marry his stepbrother?
Yeah, it's complicated.
It was a mistake. I know that now. I did it to fulfill a promise I'd made to my father. I thought I had no choice. I didn't want to hurt him. Believe me.
I do. You know, he left me because of you.
He really loves her. Aww.
Even after all you did to him, he couldn't let go. You can be glad that you ran into me and not my mother. She was enraged when he left.
He can have that effect on people.
That's our Jack.
But apart from that, we made our peace with him. Father even gave him one of his favorite pieces of his collection as a parting gift.
But he forgot
a small
his
wooden
slingshot.
statue with stone eyes in exchange for his slingshot.
Oh.
Would you mind telling me where he went?
He went to Paris to work on the Cathedral of Saint-Denis.
What? I was just there.
He said he never found out about his father, so there was no reason to stay down here anymore.
Paris?
Yes. If you find him there, tell him I don't miss him.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you, and all the best to your family.
Thank you. What is the child's name, by the way?
Well, he has none yet. I wouldn't name him without Jack.
Isn't that a bit silly?
Maybe.
But he's his son as well as mine. It's his right to have a say in it too.
Yeah.
Then
Don't name
off to
that kid.
Paris. That baby needs a name.
He will get one. Thank you.
Thanks, Aisha. Alright. We gotta go all the way back to Paris. Back from whence we came. Leaving Spain and Portugal.
I travelled back along the way of St. James, passing through Astorga, Lyon, and Burgos. I crossed the Pyrenees, revisiting Bordeaux, Angoulême, Poitiers, but never
France.
stayed longer than one night. The closer I came to Paris, the stronger my old doubts and fears resurfaced. If Jack really was there, what was I to say to him?
What are we gonna say to this guy? I would pull him very close.
Pull him very, very close, wishing for all the wounds to heal as quickly as they could.
That might work, but you kind of broke his heart, lady. Just saying. 3 months later. Jeez. The things we do for love. The Basilica of Saint-Denis. 1 year closer to completion. What if I don't recognize Jack? Workers. Masons. Hello, Mason. Construction site. Where is he? He's got to be here There, he's here. I see him. Look, that's the statue. That's him. There he is right there. How do I get up there? He's not here. What do you mean he's not here?
If he's here, I'll find him on my own.
Yeah. Well, I want to go up these stairs here. Let me go up. Me want to go up. Look. Ramp. Up. Him. Here. That's the statue. That's the building. Oh, look. I can go this way. Jack? Oh. Jack! Jack! He's not nervous at all. Colorful lights from the windows. Huh.
There. Are we awake then? You almost missed this.
Look at that. Look, isn't it pretty?
Look at these
There
colourful
he is.
windows.
I knew it was him.
Look at the light.
Ali.
Jack.
Came to see you, Jack.
Is he?
He is your son.
My son?
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Huh?
Ali, where do we go from here?
Wherever we go, I want to go with you.
Together! Together!
Will you marry me?
Yeah.
Both of you?
Yes.
We will. We stayed
Isn't
in
she already
Paris
married, though?
as husband and wife.
What?
And our son, Tommy.
Tommy!
The days went by quickly.
Oh,
Jack
Tommy,
had learned
what a
much
great
working
name.
as a builder in
That's
Saint-Denis.
perfect.
Days became months. Then after a year, we both grew restless.
Hmm?
Where can we go from here? We asked ourselves again.
Well, why don't we fix the
We
problem
both
with
confessed that
Kingsbridge?
we wanted to see our families, our friends. And then we knew where we wanted to go. Home.
But everything in Kingsbridge is
Even if it was in
bad.
shambles.
Yeah, everything in Kingsbridge is real bad.
We need to hurry. The ship to England will leave soon.
What's going on here?
Whatever it is, if the crowd doesn't clear up, we'll miss our ship.
What is going on here?
Do you know what's going on?
Oh, chaos. I can't get these people to calm down. God knows I tried.
What happened?
The jongleur told the crowd a few stories.
Uh-oh.
Then he sold people some miracle charms, but it
Oh,
was
no.
just fairy tales and painted stones.
Well, it always is.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I know, but I'd need a real miracle to calm them down now. Otherwise, they'll rip him apart.
Okay. There might be something useful in our luggage. Hello, nervous jongleur.
This isn't the right place.
Hello, angry mob.
Excuse me.
What's going on here?
He's a thief. He told us lies and stole our money.
But isn't that just a simple jongleur?
That poor man. We need to help him.
All right, nervous jongleur. Crowd's about to beat him up. We should help him. Time to put on a show.
Oh, he doesn't like it.
Of course he doesn't
Neither
like
do
it.
I.
He's a baby. Babies don't like angry mobs. Calm the crowd. Oh, my slingshot's not going to work on the crowd.
No.
We can't possibly push through.
Not with the baby.
We can't pop.
We can't pop. We can't pop. Shady spot. Yes. Yes, this is where. The shady spot. Perfect.
They won't be impressed with this.
Wait, really? Yes, they will.
We can't possibly push.
There might be something useful in the luggage. Is there a warm spot? No?
This isn't the right place.
Okay. I gotta put it in the sun first. Oh, our chest. Yes. Get the crying thing out of there. Uh-huh. Perfect.
We can't possibly.
Don't worry. I know what to do. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it in the shady spot. I thought I already had it on me. Do it. Now tell the mob about it.
You see? It's working.
Your friend Rashid must be quite the miracle worker.
It's simply science. All right.
Look!
It's crying.
What's going on? The Holy Mother. She's crying.
Revere the Holy Mother, for she has blessed us with a sign from the heavens. Cease your doings right now and witness the miracle.
It's true. Lord in heaven. Why is she crying?
Why is she crying? Because of your actions.
She weeps for your sins. What has this man done to you that you would treat him like a wild animal?
Yeah.
He tricked us and took our coin. And you would kill him for your own foolishness. The Holy Virgin weeps, for you are not living by the word of God.
It is the Mother of God.
Forgive us, Holy Mother.
Where did she come from?
Come up with a story. Where did she come from?
For hundreds of years, she languished in the land of the Saracens. Dormant, she has been waiting for the one to bring her home.
Listen to what he has to say. The Holy Virgin has chosen this young family to protect her. Tell us all where you are headed.
Kingsbridge.
Her destination is beyond these waters. In the small town of Kingsbridge, in the earldom of Shiring. There she wants to rest.
Kingsbridge?
Kingsbridge.
Where's that?
Hail Mary!
Make way for the Holy Virgin!
Hallelujah!
Make Robert well!
Huh?
Blessed Mary, let my daughter conceive!
Give us a good harvest!
They're
Hey, have some money.
donating to ask for her blessing.
Oh. The weeping Madonna shall hear
They're making it
your
rain
prayer.
on him.
And with your donations, I shall build her a new shrine at Kingsbridge, a cathedral.
What?
It's you!
Wait, who are you?
Who do you mean?
You! The red-haired ghost!
What?
Me? A ghost?
A ghost?
My husband is very much alive.
What?
I've known him since he was 12 years old.
Oh,
But
wait.
you drowned! By God, you drowned! 24 years ago.
24 years
on
ago.
The white ship. My poor son.
Dad!
My Jacques.
His name was Jacques.
Jacques Cherbourg. That's Grandma.
Cherbourg.
Grandma. That's not Grandma. I met Jack's grandma and finally learned about the fate of his father. Sweet. Alright, only 5 chapters to go. I don't know if I'm going to get through all of them. We might have to do a part 2.
So much has grown. But there are no roots, no herbs.
No roots or herbs. Jonathan. I guess you've gotten a little bit bigger.
What are you looking at, Jonathan?
The garden is in disorder. I want it to be right again, but I don't know how to do it.
Oh no, the sound is transferring over from the previous scene again.
Before I became prior, I thought the same about Kingsbridge.
You hear the lynch mob is whispering.
What did you do?
I cleaned up.
Alright. Next time it saves, we're going to get rid of that. It seems like every single time I open this game, something new. Like every book has its own little bug. Yeah, you hear the lynch mob is still...
Some plants are weeds and must go before we can plant new seeds.
What are weeds?
What are
They
weeds?
take away what the other plants need to grow. Light, water, room.
What do we do?
Pluck them.
Pluck the
They look
weeds.
a lot like every other plant,
Lynch
so you
mob.
need to learn how to tell them apart.
Pluck the weeds.
Here, you see those? They're called wood sorrel. Let's pluck only those for now.
Let's pluck only those for now. Peepo Riot. Pluck the weeds. Peepo Riot. There's my angry lynch mob.
I'll do it.
If you insist. Make sure to pull out all of the thin roots.
And now what do I do?
Loosen the soil.
For plants to take root, the soil must be loose and fertile.
So, may I dig now?
Yeah, can you dig it? Is he bald on the back of his head already? Is that a chosen hairstyle?
Done. What's next?
I'm waiting for the save sign so I can get rid of the whispering mob. Plant the seed.
Stay here. I'll be right back.
You can hear the sounds of the harbor. We're nowhere near the harbor. You hear the sounds of the mob, but we're nowhere near the mob. Seed. I need seed. Yoink. And yoink.
Now, where did you put them?
Da 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 da. The apples?
Ah, here they are.
Yoink.
You always said you wanted to plant these seeds and make a new garden, Milius.
Oh, we're doing it for Milius.
I think it's about time.
Come on, get to the save point. My ears can't handle this. Like, I really appreciate it for the plot and the story. Graphics are good. Music's amazing. The ghost of Milius is happy.
What did you bring?
Do you remember Milius? A kind man with a warm smile. Well, he told me to give you this.
Why is it off-center? Why is all the action taking place off camera? What's he doing? I can't even tell.
Now we just have to wait.
Oh, I guess that was their solution to not animating that graphic. All right, and so we wait. Pause, champ. Are you gonna?
How long?
Too long for us to keep sitting here.
What about watering the?
that
Oh
long.
man, yeah.
Some things take time. And only with patience will you receive your reward.
I don't have the time for patience.
Why do we have to do all these things if all we had to do is wait?
Simply waiting would not have been enough, Jonathan. You just paved the way for things to take their course. They are happening right now. And in a few
I like
days'
that.
time,
That's a good
you
metaphor.
will return and see the first green leaf.
I just pave the way for things to take their course.
Is it God's reward?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Does he make things grow?
You
No, I just planted the seed.
Mmm. Metaphor. Water the seed.
Now you can fetch some water from the rain barrel.
But that water's smelly. It's been there forever. There are many trees by the river. I bet
Water
that
doesn't
water's
matter.
better.
The quality water
That's
doesn't
a
matter.
longer walk, though.
I don't mind. The distance is worth it.
Maybe you're
I guess
right.
he cares.
It is worth it. Let's walk together then.
Yes.
But I'll carry the bucket.
Oh, he's a big kid now, huh?
Why isn't Religious holding the sermon?
Oh?
What's gotten into Philip?
Oh?
Our church lies in ruins.
Have we gotten to a save point
But all
yet?
of this, these dire times, have revealed something important to us.
What's that?
Something that, maybe until today, I wasn't aware
I
of.
think our brother Philip has
What do
just
you
regained
mean?
his faith.
You've been praying in these ruins. But you've been praying like you always did, in humbleness. We don't need a church for prayer.
Where else are we going to pray? The chapter house?
The chapter house.
The church is where God resides.
God doesn't work in the ways we might assume.
Huh?
Today,
Huh?
Jonathan tended to our garden to make it beautiful again. And he told me of things I almost had forgotten. Good and evil are not in here or out there. They are within each of us. God made us in his image. Thus, we carry the godly spark within us. But we have witnessed that man can have the devil in his heart as well.
Yes. Yes, they've witnessed it firsthand.
Prayer needs no special place For we are his church.
Hmm.
In our actions, he exists.
We are God's temple.
No man is closer to God than any other man. Whether you pray in church or on the streets of our towns. Whether you're a man, woman, monk, or bishop.
Philip, look outside. You have to see them.
Them?
You've got to see the horses and the colours.
Jonathan. Now, what's going on?
I heard noises and I went to look.
Calm
Yeah?
down. What happened?
What happened?
But the priest said they brought a miracle.
Who? What? What priest?
What priest?
Step right up, brothers and sisters. For you are about to see something that will change your life.
Oh?
Who is that?
They brought us a miracle.
They brought a miracle.
Don't be shy. There is no danger, just awe that awaits you here.
What is this show?
You must be Prior Phillip. I am Brother Reynold. I have been sent by the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Ah, the
Here
Canterburys.
is his letter, in case you have reasonable doubt.
A letter from the Archbishop of Canterbury. Philip of Kingsbridge, I hereby implore you to accept the grace of the Weeping Madonna, for she has chosen Kingsbridge as her shrine. After the rumors of a miracle had come to my ears, I had called for the procession to see me. I then saw it with my own eyes. She is real. I have claimed the miracle for England, and had indeed intended to retain her in Winchester. The guardians of the Madonna have convinced me otherwise. They have come to England only to support the rebuilding of Kingsbridge. You have my blessings, Philip of Kingsbridge. I expect you to restore your priory to be worthy of the Holy Madonna. Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury.
We've been charged to accompany the Weeping Madonna.
Oh.
She is to replace the loss of your relic,
Oh.
Saint Adolphus the Martyr, who was taken from you, I hear, with brute force.
Yes.
What?
On her travel from far away Africa, she has collected donations to reward Kingsbridge for your faith in her and in the Lord.
I can't believe this.
The two people in the masks.
What is all this?
You know those two
You
people in the
do
masks, right?
believe.
Mm-hmm.
That is why she came. And that is why you shall witness her miracle for yourself today.
Hmm.
The Weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa. A baptized Saracen was her former guardian. And I and the custodians of the Holy Virgin were chosen to take her on a journey.
Please, tell us more.
Of course. My words shall prepare you for the sight of the Holy Madonna.
Oh dear.
I knew not her powers or destination.
Alright, you see... Saving.
Nevertheless, I carried her for many miles. Many bore witness to her miracle. Before it dawned upon me. She wanted to go home. But where?
Look at the jongleur.
It came to me in a dream. It was Kingsbridge. But I wondered, what shrine should be her shelter? This time, it was the Madonna herself who answered my questions. She said, "You shall build me a new church in Kingsbridge."
That's
so
what's
we
up.
set off, with the blessing of Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury. And along the road, from Paris, across Normandy, over the sea, and all the way to Kingsbridge.
How exciting.
Devout Christians have given money for the building of the Church of the Weeping Madonna.
Well, we like that.
This Church of Kingsbridge. The Weeping Madonna has chosen you.
Excellent.
Please tell us more.
Of course. My words shall prepare you for the sight of the Holy Madonna.
Oh, yeah.
You
All right.
heard me correctly. It was a long journey.
Excuse me.
Don't interrupt.
You must be thinking, how can he be so sure? In the beginning, I was not. I only had my faith. I knew not her powers or destination.
Nevertheless,
I carried her for many miles. Many
see how she's in
bore
the sun?
witness to her
She's in the
miracle
sunlight right now.
before it dawned upon me. She wanted to go home.
Where's home?
But where?
Where?
It came
Where's
to
home?
me in a dream.
It was all a
was
dream.
Kingsbridge.
He used to read Word Up
But I
magazine.
wondered, what shrine should be her shelter?
Which one?
This time, it was the Madonna herself who answered my questions. She said.
All right.
So we set off with the blessing of Archbishop
Strange
Theobald
animals.
of Canterbury.
It looked like a horse with
And along the road
humps on it.
from Paris across Normandy,
Audience.
over the
Foreign
sea,
monks.
and all the way
Tell me the
to
truth.
Kingsbridge.
Why are you here?
We are guardians of the Holy Virgin that sheds tears. We were appointed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, but it was the Holy Virgin
Canterbury.
herself who chose us while she travelled through Europe.
Oh, yes. How did that happen?
Uh-huh.
She speaks without words.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So you're telling me this is a real miracle?
Mm-hmm.
A miracle, a blessing.
We all know how pessimistic Brother Philip is about miracles.
Given money for the building of the Church of the Weeping Madonna.
My dear people.
Oh, I'm so excited to see a true miracle.
Did you hear that? The Madonna has chosen us.
She's come all the way from Africa.
This Church of Kingsbridge.
Juggler. They're making this more like a circus show.
Do you speak English?
No English, no campandare, no.
Oh, that's Italian.
Oh, what's this? I think you might have stepped into horse dung.
What? Where?
Aha, got
no
him.
English, is it?
Just un poco, si.
Un poco.
Could you talk to this man, Martha?
Yes, it's strange. He was quite talkative just a moment ago. He told me he was from Damascus in Africa.
Isn't Damascus in Arabia?
There's one in Africa too, I'm sure.
Why are you pretending you can't speak English?
No inglese, malada, malada.
Malada. Per favore, signore. Martha.
Have they revealed the miracle yet?
Not yet.
Now, brothers and sisters.
Mary.
You don't need to be here. If
that
it's
life
too
has
loud
not
for you.
Been kind to Kingsbridge, but it is in places like these, and in dark.
I remember Mary. We're the one who gave drugs to Mary.
That God's light shines brightest. And along the road, from Paris, across Normandy, over the sea, and all the way to Kingsbridge. Devout Christians have given money
in this
for
book
the
will not
building
help
of
me
the
more than
Church
answers
of the
I can find
Weeping
in my own
Madonna.
heart.
This Church of Kingsbridge.
What country did you say you came from?
We have traveled all the way from a place of wonders too marvelous to behold.
Time to continue the questioning.
The faraway land of Africa.
You can see the...
Africa has many countries,
The
I've
jongleurs
heard.
are...
Yes,
Jack
it does.
and...
You
Aliana.
must wonder.
What's it
Why
like?
was Kingsbridge chosen to be the home of the Holy Virgin?
What's it like in Africa?
The sun is always shining, and
What?
miracles happen every
No,
day.
they have nighttime there too.
It's a land of great deserts, fig trees, and creatures that an Englishman can't even dream up.
Like these horses. Are they horses?
They are not. To you, they might resemble horses, but the name the Africans have for these creatures is impossible to pronounce, even
Camels?
for me.
What?
I could have continued to carry her from town to town until my flesh succumbed. But this was not her will.
What's a fig?
You mentioned there were fig trees in Africa. What are they?
It's a fruit, of course.
Of course.
It looks like a strawberry and tastes like a pear.
The scripture mentions these figs, and they sound nothing like that. Why is that?
No two apples look or taste alike. The same goes for figs, and doubly so.
I'm getting the impression that this man has never even been to Africa. But why would he lie?
You must wonder.
Hey!
Shh! You heard me correctly. It was a long
There is much to
journey.
contemplate.
The Weeping
not now.
Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa.
Not now.
A baptized Saracen was her former guardian.
Oh, man.
And I...
Baptized?
A Saracen? I will tell you again, dear brothers and sisters. The Weeping Madonna has chosen you. All of you.
What is in this book will not help me.
Look at the
more
little
than
boy.
The answers I can find in
The
my
little
own
boy.
heart.
It was a long...
Examine the back of the cart. Ah, the little boy.
The Weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway
He looks
land
familiar.
named Africa. A baptized Saracen was her former guardian. And I and the custodians
What's he
of
doing
the
here?
Holy Virgin were chosen to take
Hey.
her on a journey.
Baptized?
A Saracen? You must be thinking, how can he be so sure?
Why are you hiding?
Why are
In
you
the
hiding?
beginning, I wasn't. I only had my faith. I knew not her powers or destination. Nevertheless,
Ask the boy if he doesn't want to see the miracle.
Don't you want to see the miracle too?
Why was Kingsbridge chosen to be the home of the Holy Virgin?
What's your name?
That's not fit for nothing sacred about
Build
this.
me a new church in Kingsbridge. So we set off with the blessing of Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury. I will tell you again,
There is much to contemplate,
dear brothers and
but
sisters.
not now.
The
Leave
Weeping
the back of the
Madonna
cart.
has chosen you, all of you. You heard me correctly. Can you feel it? Brothers and sisters, you
Can't
are
feel
about
what?
to witness a miracle.
Oh, they're gonna show it now.
The Madonna knows how you have suffered. The Virgin Mother had to witness the rise and fall of her Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, and never stopped believing.
They took it out of the sun.
Kingsbridge has endured many hardships. Prior James left you before his time when you needed him the most. Your old cathedral was burned to the ground.
How do you know this?
And your new one collapsed even before construction was finished. You have suffered the ruthless destruction of your market, homes, and lives.
Dada!
All of you have lost husbands, wives, and children. family and friends. All of you know how it is to be hungry and afraid.
Jack.
Got him.
Aliena.
Philip.
But this is...
A miracle, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Or something along those lines.
But how?
We thought it was time to give Tommy a home.
The boy? Your
boy.
Well, Philip?
No use hiding
Do
it
you
now.
recognize him? Our little Tommy?
Ba-now. Where have you been?
It's been almost 3 years since I last saw you, Jack. Where on earth did you find him?
I'd almost given up looking for him. Then Tommy found him.
And you decided to come back?
Yeah.
This is our home, after all.
Then what on earth is all this? This miracle?
With the Madonna, we were able to collect donations for your priory and for Kingsbridge.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
We can start anew. We can rebuild
Es
the
un
cathedral.
miraculo.
What's the catch?
I'll get to be master builder.
Why?
I've studied the cathedrals, churches, and houses they build in France and Spain. I
And
saw
mathematics.
how different their constructions were, with new shapes, colors, and ideas. Oh, you should have seen it. They combined rib vaulting and pointed arches. I want to do that. That's why.
Why here?
This
Because
is why the
this is
Kingsbridge
home.
Cathedral in England is the most unique-looking cathedral in all of England.
The townspeople probably think that's enough to build a whole cathedral. But to me, it looks like about £100. You know, that won't even pay for a year's work.
Like all of this, it's a symbol. Enough for a fresh start.
And the Madonna will stay here. Kingsbridge will attract visitors and donations again.
You mean I should be thankful for these lies and tricks?
I mean, it kind of...
Jack!
It's kind of your whole vibe, Philip.
Aliena, you came back.
We wanted to see you, little sister.
How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. But look at you. And the little one.
Look at the little one.
How are the others?
Alfred left Kingsbridge. Richard shows up every now and then. And Ellen returned to the forest.
Ellen returned to the
We need
forest.
to visit her.
What's wrong, Mother?
I'm glad you're back.
I am too. Very glad.
She looks like she's about to cry. She will weep for your suffering, Kingsbridge. She knows your pain.
What now?
The miracle.
The miracle. Wait for it.
Her eyes are wet.
Her eyes.
Look at her.
They're
She cannot
Oh.
hold her tears any longer.
She is made of wood. It's impossible.
Why are you weeping? She is mute ever since her husband died.
Aww.
The Madonna has suffered as I have. She understands.
She speaks. Mary. The drugs finally wore off, huh, Mary?
It seems through her faith in all of your lies, Mary has found a miracle.
Are you gonna take that away from her, Philip?
We can't keep trying to repair Kingsbridge by ourselves. Things are not improving. We're
What are we gonna
struggling
do?
to keep things as they are.
But we can't afford to hire help.
Without farming and fairs, we're back to Prior James's time.
Mm-hmm.
All these past years, my advice was good enough for you. But it appears you've changed your mind now, again.
It is time we started doing something to wake up and make Kingsbridge what it used to be. We did before, and we can do it again.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to accept a risk like that.
You only think
Don't
it's a
you
risk because you think the
remember
guy
what
from
happened last time?
Yeah, you think that guy's gonna come back again.
My, how easily we forget.
I remember well.
Yeah. Of course.
And still, you put your trust into a group of random strangers to make things better. Philip, why in God's name have you stood by and let this happen? They're tricking us into giving them money for false idols.
They are giving us money.
Yeah.
So that we'll place this idol in our priory? Do you approve of this?
I think it's a great idea. Condone miracle, condemn deception.
People need hope, and these travelers are giving them hope. Yes, it is a deception, but with good intentions. Mary speaks again. Is that not a true miracle?
You fell for them. You really did. And now you joyfully take part in their deceptions. I'm warning you. I cannot support a prior who tolerates heresy.
Your threat won't sway me. No matter how unconventional, their return and their gift are a blessing.
You made your decision, Philip of Gwynedd. And now, I make mine. I resign. I'm leaving the Priory.
Wait, what? What? My number 2 hath resigned? Oh no. That's not good.
You got so big, Tommy. And you're just as shy
Mother.
as your father was.
Don't let him fool you. Usually, he's always up to something.
Sneaky.
Tom would have been proud of you. Of both of you.
Is she still here?
Hmm?
Tom's wife.
Oh, no.
What?
Martha and I moved her to Kingsbridge.
Oh.
She's with Tom now.
Aww.
He always wanted that.
That's so sweet of you, Ellen.
We found Jack's family in Cherbourg.
The place he came from wasn't Cherbourg, it was Cherbourg.
Really? What were they like?
Cherbourg. It's
They
close.
were good people.
His grandmother said Jack looked just like him, like his father.
He does.
Ellen agrees. Less beard.
But they never came for him or asked about him.
They thought he was dead. His ship sunk. He'd always wanted to go to England.
Aww.
Have you ever heard of the White Ship?
No.
The king's family drowned.
My father was there. He was the only one who survived.
He survived?
Not for long.
You told me that he was accused of stealing a chalice.
Yes. But I know he was innocent.
Interesting.
I heard the story and had to find out what he looked like. He told me his name. I fell in love. I helped him escape. But in the end, they caught
the
up
truth
with us.
comes out.
What happened then?
They hanged him. I was there. And you were there, Jack. But you weren't born yet.
Oh. Oh.
He was led to the gallows. Everyone was quiet. The people somehow knew he was not a thief. But I knew for sure. He told me. He was so afraid. He didn't want to die. I didn't want him to die. And I prayed. Then I heard his voice. Quiet.
Sang sweeter than ever, as if the falling melody might wing and net dissever. At dusk the hunter took his prey.
Oh, this is going to be quite a dramatic ending.
Freedom never.
No! No!
Oh.
You said that 3 men were responsible for Father's death.
Who were they?
Remigius is one of them.
The Sheriff of Shiring, Percy Hamley.
Yeah, we know about
Prior
Percy.
James of Kingsbridge.
Prior James.
And Archdeacon Waileran Bygod.
Waileran?
They showed no mercy. Neither did I.
I curse you! All of you! He will return to haunt you! One day, you will be judged for what you did. Your houses shall be consumed by fire. Your life shall end in pain and agony. You shall grow old in sadness and regret.
Well, and that happened to Prior James already.
The people they killed will return to haunt them. I promised them.
Well, Jack does look exactly like his dad, so looks like we're partway there.
We welcome our new prior, Remigius.
He
helped to recover the bones of the Saint of Kingsbridge, Adolphus, from the hands of thieves. Adolphus already rests safely in this great cathedral of Shiring. Our
I see what's
master
going
builder
on here.
Alfred promised me that it will only be a matter of a few years until the cathedral will be finished. And the Earl of Shiring
All of these
has
guys
promised to support us.
are building this very
But
traditional
he has not
English-style
done so for himself.
cathedral.
No,
after having stolen the
Earl
remains
is not a selfish man.
from
His
the
mother, Lady
building in
Hamley,
Kingsbridge,
is
the
sick.
remains of the saint
More and more, I feel the whole
are now
of
here.
England is suffering from a sickness.
These are all the bad guys.
The sickness of war, poverty, and most of all, heathen beliefs.
They all have ties
spoken to God.
to the people in Kingsbridge,
I
but
ask
Kingsbridge has got
Beg
this very,
him
very
to
different
walk amongst
perspective.
us, to heal us. But God told me that only when this great cathedral is finished will he have a temple to reside in. No matter the cost, this shall be a towering castle to protect us from evil and false beliefs.
That's an interesting take.
With this cathedral, we will bring an end to the dark times.
Waileran Bygod.
Oh, Jack's in the audience.
Jack? What are you doing here? My father died by your hands, Waileran.
Oh.
His name was Jacques Cherbourg.
How dare you talk to the bishop like that?
He died right here.
He was hung.
Who are you?
Hanged. He was hanged.
I know that
He
man.
might have also been hung,
He's that
but
bastard from Kingsbridge.
who am I to say?
That man is my husband.
You?
You.
All of you, listen to what we have to say.
Ali has
From
broken
now
2
on,
hearts
Kingsbridge
on that
is
stage.
protected.
By our knights, by our walls, and by the word of the king.
So whatever you do, we will defend our town, our market and Fulling Mills.
Oh. It's
and
on.
our cathedral, which we shall rebuild. All workers are invited to come and work for us.
See? It's going to be 2 competing factions.
If you so much as try to bring
Little-
harm to us, Bishop,
A little rivalry.
we will make sure that you pay for everything you did.
Oh, yeah. The curse is being fulfilled. There's a rivalry. There's 2 factions. Very, very different kinds of cathedrals being built in 2 different towns within the same earldom. Oh, this is getting spicy. Just in time. Only 5 more chapters to go. It's really more of a story than anything else. Chapter 17. Like 1 or 2 of these will probably have me make a lot of decisions and have opportunities to fail. But so far, we've just found the fastest direct route. 11 years later. They haven't forgotten.
It had been 3 years. 3 years of drought.
See, look at this very, very, very different kind of
3
cathedral that they're
years
building
of
here in
hunger
Kingsbridge.
and poverty.
And they built walls
England was brought to its knees.
because they don't want to get
Only
attacked
our
by
walls had
the
kept
Earl.
us safe from the bands of outlaws raiding towns and villages.
They have an oath to keep to their father, Aliena, and her brother.
Bishop Waleran
Richard.
and William Hamley forced the
But
workers
look at
to
this.
finish their
This is a very
cathedral in Shiring.
French-looking cathedral.
Many had died. The work on our own cathedral had almost come to a halt. 4 weeks.
And
the
then if you
storm
look at the
had raged
archways
on.
and the different style that he's taken, it's very much
was
influenced
then
by
that
his
our cathedral
by
gave
Jack's
us its
time
last
spent
secret.
in Spain, studying from the mathematicians and inventors and scientists and innovators from Arabia and Africa and Spain.
Tom, I don't think you would have liked the sight of this.
Huh? Look at that.
I don't think you would have liked the sight of this at all.
Oh no. Tom didn't like the sight of this, but
I know. You'd not
Jack?
planned the cathedral to be that high. But I reinforced the walls, like in Saint Denis.
See, this time in Spain and
The
France.
storm shouldn't be that much of a problem.
The
But if
walls
it's
are
not the storm,
reinforced.
then what is it?
The east wall is about to collapse. What could be the cause? Can we yoink my tools? Yoink. Oh god. Shoddy craftsmanship?
No. I don't want to break more stones loose.
You sure? Check the vaulting.
The vaulting is cracked.
Oh. Well, that could cause issues. How about the wooden
roof
beams?
looks all right.
Okay, so it's not the roof.
This could be a problem.
Could be. This is a problem. Maybe it's a problem with the stone.
One day, people will fly like birds, sailing
That's-
on the wind. Rashid
quite-
told me.
Oh, Rashid told you. See? Everybody needs an influence in their life like Rashid.
I'm not done here yet.
Wait, what? You're not done here yet. But we looked at everything. Hammer and chisel on the vaulting?
If I make it worse, then we'll at least know what the problem is.
Wait, really? 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 Trial and error. Great.
All right. One more time.
Do you see what the problem is? Why is he doing this? This is his own demise. He's just plotting his own demise currently.
If
What is
the
it?
vaulting were unstable, this part would have collapsed and the wall would retract.
But
the cause of the problem is not up here.
Oh, okay.
Tom, what would you have done now?
Stop building.
When we erected the eastern wall 17 years ago, there was also a crack.
What did Tom do?
Yes. No matter what we did, it always came back. But this is not the same wall. We rebuilt it. But the cause could have been the same in both cases.
What was the cause? The stones, the ground, the cloister, the crypt.
Ground is the same.
Hmm.
But it had never been that dry. We had no problems with the rest of the walls.
It's not the cloister, is it?
The cloister? It was there.
I know it's
back
the
when
crypt.
Tom's wall
I'm
had
just
a
saving
crack,
it for
and now
last.
This wall is unstable too. But it's too far away. If it fell apart, it wouldn't affect the east wall.
But the crypt would. It's not the stones. I said it was the stones
Took
earlier.
the stones from the same quarries. But the other walls don't have problems.
There is a hole behind the crypt.
We would have noticed.
We noticed that back in chapter or book 1.
The crypt.
I knew it was the crypt the whole time.
Yes, Tom. You kept the whole foundation there as it was. But it
Uh-oh.
never had to carry this much weight before.
Uh-oh.
That's it. The problem must be down there.
It
They
never
were
had to carry
enraged.
this much weight before.
Bishop Henry thinks that the Pope
Whoa.
should hear about what you wrote.
Jonathan.
I think so, too. I would be honored if he read my book.
Ooh.
Philip.
Someone
I
ought to
really
read
am
Philip's
worried
book.
about
A lot of
him.
people have read Philip's book.
There is no need for you to worry, Jonathan.
Look, the
It is
tree's all
just
grown up, though.
a
We planted that tree.
The problem is that the people love your sermons and what you wrote, even though most of them can't read.
Yeah, they
Your
like 'em.
book is being copied in priories all over England.
Is
Yep.
that not a good thing, if our message gives people hope?
In desperate times, hope can be a powerful force.
The irony
That
is that
very true.
part of what funded the
I fear
rebuilding
the
of this
bishops.
church
They might come to believe you took that power from
is
them.
the same kind of miracle that he wrote about all those years ago. Philip's... Oh, wait. Philip has a second book? Second book. The Divine Soul. Ooh. He has a second book. That's interesting. In 1148, in this text, Philip suggests that we all carry a godly spark within us because God created man. And while sometimes it may be seen as if God has abandoned us, God is indeed always closer to us than anything else, because our soul is of a divine nature. This means that man does not have to wait for salvation from the outside, but that we can all change the world around us is ourselves. All we can change is the world around us. We can plant a seed, and God, in turn, will make it grow. Philip's message of hope is heard in all of England, and even in other parts of Europe, but the church is highly critical of the text. In his first book, Philip had only criticized fake miracles. Now he seems to claim that as all men are equally divine, members of the clergy are not closer to God's glory than any other man. Find the problem in the crypt. La 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 la. Look at the tree. Jonathan probably remembers us. Hey, Jonathan.
Have you been atop the cathedral during the storm?
Don't worry, Philip. The storm isn't as bad up there.
You shouldn't be up there risking your life. You should be with your children. Sally
plural?
and Tommy have been asking for their parents all morning.
Wait, there's a Sally too? After the promise to Valerian to keep Kingsbridge protected, Richard and Jack have spent much time fortifying the town. Since then, William Hamley has not dared attack the town. Good. Aliena, who has continued her wool business, trades mostly outside of Shiring. Most of the fleece she's traded is produced in Kingsbridge, where Jack erected 2 felting mills. Aliena and Jack have 2 children now. Tommy is already 12 years old, and his little sister Sally is 9. Martha looks after both of them while Jack and Aliena are working. Some believe that Martha and Richard are in love. Oh? But if that is true, they are keeping that secret well guarded. Martha and Richard.
storm
Yeah, I
is
can see
tearing
that.
our
I
east
can
wall
see Martha
apart.
and Richard working.
If the storm works, I work.
Aunt Martha and
Jonathan,
Uncle
did you and the
Richard
others
falling
come
in love?
directly
That'd be
from
kind of
Winchester?
cool.
Yes, we did.
What about Aliena?
She stayed a day longer for the fleece fair. She should be on her way back now.
In this storm?
We didn't expect it to get worse.
No one did.
I am sure she'll be all right.
I need to go. I think I know why the east wall is unstable.
Yes? Why is
Yes.
I'm not sure, but I think the answer lies down in the crypt. I should hurry before it's too late.
What if the whole thing collapses on him? Wouldn't that be sad? Wait, what? Door into the cathedral. Door into the wait, path into the wait, where should I go first? Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the crypt. To the crypt! Man, this cathedral has looked a lot different over these past books. Uh-huh. And remember there was a rat sneaking in there, and so we knew there was a hollow space back here.
That definitely wasn't here before.
Yeah, that
Cause
just
of the
happened.
instability must be down here. Time to get to work.
Uh-huh. Am I gonna chisel?
Rashid was right. People love to believe in miracles. But the reason most people come to Kingsbridge now is for Philip's sermons. He tells them what they need to hear. He gives them hope.
And we're gonna take a hammer to the wall and probably break it down. I am bringing upon myself my own demise.
Here we go.
This is a mistake. Oh, okay, you gonna crawl in there and see what's in there? There's a whole cathedral's worth of rocks about to fall on top of you. What do you do?
Dear God. These stones, they've been removed before. Whoever put them back just added some mortar on top of the stones.
They had no idea.
To hide the fact that they were removed. The tile at the bottom was completely loose.
What does that mean?
What does it mean?
I think it was an entrance.
To what?
An entrance? To where?
That's what we'll find out.
Oh, this is exciting.
Careful now. You've got the whole east wall on top of you.
That's what I'm saying.
Jack?
Jack?
Jack,
I'm all right. I just hit my head.
don't make us nervous like that.
There's a whole room here. A chamber. I'll get a torch.
Philip, I'll get it. You stay here.
Was there someone sleeping in the crypt? Brush? He'll get a torch? Sand. Coffin?
Is that a coffin? Oh, there's sand everywhere. Huh? It's a bed.
A bed? Who was sleeping down here?
There's a bed in here.
What? Jonathan, we need that torch.
A mortar. A wooden cup.
That's not wood. It's metal. Gold,
It's
even.
it's the cup.
Maybe Philip knows what this is. Who slept here?
Brush?
It's made of leather. It's a whip.
A whip?
What is that doing here?
Oh wait, the writing on the wall in the mill.
All right, come in here. Should
That's
be
about
safe.
someone named Tom or Thomas, and Remigius.
Did you know about this place?
No. No, I did not. I've seen this chalice before, when I was very young. It's the chalice of the Eucharist from Kingsbridge Cathedral.
Oh. The chalice they say my father stole.
Cuthbert
The one they
told me
hung him. They hanged him for having that one.
They said it was stolen.
Yep.
And melted down. I know. Mother told me. They also said it was my father who did it.
Isn't that interesting?
So he's
Isn't that
innocent then?
interesting?
He must be.
He must be innocent.
Whoever hid the chalice is responsible for his death. They hanged him in Shiring for stealing this chalice.
That's right here,
It was
and wasn't
here all
stolen.
along.
Yep.
That scourge. The whip.
You read about that
It
before,
belonged
didn't you,
to
Philip?
Prior James.
Prior James.
I was afraid of it when I first visited Kingsbridge with Francis and Abbot Peter. Even the look of it scared me.
James. Maybe it was him. I think I saw him during the night of the fire in the cathedral. When the old cathedral burned down, there was a man in the fire. His shoulders were bloody, as if he had chastised himself.
Oh, that's who we saw.
It is you! By God and the devil!
He told me that he had sinned, that he had done something to me. Perhaps because I looked like my father.
That's who we
So he confessed
saw.
for framing your father while he hid the cup here.
Okay.
It couldn't have been James you saw.
Ah.
James died weeks before the fire.
Did he? You said they never found his body.
They never found his body because he
Maybe
wasn't
he hid
actually
down here.
dead. He
Maybe
was
that's
hiding.
why the bed's here.
Wait. Jack.
He was hiding in the crypt
you
the
were in
whole
burning
time.
Cathedral. What were you doing there?
Lighting the cathedral on fire. Confessed to burning down the cathedral. Confess. Tell the story.
Then I told Philip what I'd done. He just looked at me and didn't say anything.
Prior James's scourge. As a child, Philip was afraid of Prior James's scourge. The first he saw it when he and Abbot Peter, the men who raised him and Francis after their parents were killed, visited Kingsbridge. Years later, James decided that Philip, now a young man, should get the chance to lead his own priory cell, St. John in the Forest. Every time Philip visited the mother house in Kingsbridge, he always remembered the day he first saw the scourge. Abbot Peter did not like the idea that pain could lend to salvation, but Prior James believed that chastising oneself was the only way to cleanse the soul from sinful implications of the flesh. So he was whipping himself in the back. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, in Earl Castle, I think I'm gonna go get my sushi after this next chapter ends. Oh my god, he's gotten so fat.
Wait a minute. What do you want?
Do you think it is wise to resign yourself to gluttony at times like these, while your people starve on the streets of Shiring?
Don't play the saint. You promise them miracles. And you make them pay. But your miracles never work out, do they?
God works in ways that we cannot comprehend.
My mother cannot walk. You failed.
His mother was
Again.
poisoned.
What do you want?
I came about a book.
Book?
The Bible again.
No.
Different book.
Philip of Gwynedd wrote it.
Oh.
and
Oh?
the church is displeased. Bishop Henry was enraged.
Uh-oh.
This
They have a new
is
angle.
our chance, William.
Your chance, you mean? If you need forces, talk to Walter or Ugly. I don't care. I built your fucking cathedral. I'm done.
It's not just about Philip. It's about Aliena and her family.
Don't mention that name.
But have you not heard? King Stephen and Maud's son just signed a peace treaty.
I don't care.
Uh-oh.
You should care.
You should care.
I said I don't. Now leave, and don't come back unless I ask for you. Where's my wife?
They've not returned yet, Lord William.
Wait.
Then get me a whore! Now!
What? He married? The end of the war. The Treaty of Wallingford, 1154. After over 15 years of civil war, the battle between Stephen and Maud, England was more divided than ever. After a final confrontation at Wallingford, Empress Maud's son Henry II and Stephen arranged a truce. The treaty was later signed in Winchester and Westminster. According to the treaty, Stephen will remain king until his death and then be succeeded by Henry II. The treaty further states that all decisions regarding land, which were made during Stephen's reign, are immediately reverted and restored to the time of King Henry I. This means that the earldom of Shiring again belongs to the heirs of Bartholomew and not the Hamleys. That's a good point. It's a really, really good point. But who dare to go against William Hamley? So no longer the rightful Earl. Isn't that something? At the same time, very far away. Allie, what are you doing? She's kind of got a rogue look to about her now. A couple of gray hairs out front. Walking through the storm, and it's really, really cold. Wind is blowing hard, and I'm getting old. Wait a second. Do I recognize this place? I gotta do another one of these? Ay, ay, ay. Oh no. Who's crying in here? I heard crying. Why isn't there any crying here?
I am sorry for intruding, but I must ask you for shelter. I was on my way from the Fleece Fair in Winchester to Kingsbridge and got caught in the storm.
Nasty, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's getting worse.
And it's getting worse and worse.
And worse.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Someone help me!
I guess I'll go help.
Please! I need help!
Oh, you?
Hello?
What's wrong?
Oh dear, are you hurt?
I thought the crying was coming from
My
inside.
horse! It fell!
Oh no!
I can't move!
You're
Take
stuck
my
under your
hand.
horse?
We'll get you inside.
This is gonna hurt. Is that Mary? Mary, is that you?
We'll only be here until it's safe to leave. We won't bother you. I'm Aliena. What's your name?
Elizabeth.
Oh, new character.
Breathe, Elizabeth.
Hello,
You're
Elizabeth.
safe now.
You're safe.
Mm-hmm.
She took her.
Should let her die.
What?
We would all be better off without someone like her.
Ah. Rude. You don't know what Elizabeth's capable of. Okay. Who should I talk to? I guess, am I supposed to talk to everybody? Oh my god. Fire. Alright, let's talk to everybody. Hello, peasants.
I hope the storm spares your homes and fields.
If only we had that much left.
We still have our lives.
That's what really matters.
Dignity.
And dignity, that's
you
important.
Still have yours.
What? Whoa. Oh, that's implying something.
You should get out of this place as soon as you can.
Oh, yeah?
Be assured, I will leave as soon as the storm ceases.
Hold your horses.
She's avoiding eye contact.
Mm-hmm. No one wants to tell you guys that you're the rightful earls. Ah.
We don't have much, but always enough for a lost soul.
Oh. Thank you.
She doesn't deserve anything.
Oh, yikes.
Take a bowl and go ahead.
All right. Bowl. Pot. Put the bowl in the pot. Bowl. Pot. It's just a bowl and a pot. Soup.
Shush. Let her eat.
Thank you.
Arigato.
What's she doing now?
Here, Elizabeth. Have some soup.
Eat this. You must be hungry.
Thank you. That's nice of you.
Why
I do what I
giving
can.
her soup? Dirt. That's what she deserves for dinner.
What?
What?
Do you want her to starve?
What did she ever do to you?
Don't start a fight.
She shivered. Let's find her something warm.
I don't know. I think she's freezing.
Blanket. It smells like a horse.
What are you going to do with that?
I'm just going to borrow it.
What do you think I'm gonna do with the blanket?
Let's try to get along until the storm passes.
What are these dumb questions?
Maybe we should be
Here.
kinder to her.
Let me give you warmth. There, you feel better?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, that's our blanket.
Can't you see she's freezing?
It's all right. It's just a blanket.
Oh, you're so kind. Many people would have let me die. People don't listen to me. My entourage didn't even notice they lost me.
Entourage?
Who?
My husband and his entourage.
A fine husband you have.
Uh-oh.
I divorced my last one for less than that.
Divorced?
Uh-oh.
He's just been beside himself ever since his mother.
This
Maybe
is
now
Elizabeth
you'll understand what
Hamley.
loss feels like. And what
She's
you
married
people are
to
doing to
William.
us.
Stop bullying her. Can't you see she's upset? How do they know you? This isn't right.
My husband is the
I'm
Earl of...
used to it.
What was it?
I guess
The name of the town.
that's how it is when your husband holds an office like that. He has to do a lot of things people don't like.
Mm-hmm. I told you, I know exactly who this
And
guy is.
sometimes they recognize me, too.
Wait.
Wait a second. Is your husband the Earl of Shiring?
What office does he hold?
I thought you knew. My husband is the Earl of Shiring.
William Hamley.
Oh, please don't abandon me too. I swear, I'm not... I can't...
Why did you marry him?
I
already know what he's like.
him when I was a girl.
Really?
Yep.
Why did you marry him?
My parents arranged it. And it was an honor to be picked.
What's he like now?
I loathe him with all my heart.
Yep. See, I didn't have to ask.
How do you know him?
Be diplomatic.
We came from noble families. In fact, I was supposed to marry him at one point.
No! How come you didn't?
I found him unbearable. So I refused.
You refused him?
Yeah, he hates that.
It caused a lot of misery.
It sure did.
You're so courageous. I wish I was like you. I can't even stand up to the servants.
Can't stand up to the servants.
Don't act like you didn't have a hand in the downfall of this land. For years he roamed across the country to raid, rape and kill.
What?
I'm sorry.
Elizabeth.
He's no Earl. After all he's taken from us, we should take something from him too.
Oi!
She has nothing to do with this.
That's right,
Don't you
Aliena.
dare touch her.
Don't touch
Can't
Elizabeth.
you see? She's another one of his victims.
Right.
Oh, give over. She's in on it too.
What?
Can you even imagine how it must be to be a child married to Hamley? The abuse and the humiliation every single day.
Poor Elizabeth.
I'm so sorry.
I'm crying because you know too.
Yep.
Enough to know your pain.
Aliena knows.
I just don't know what to do anymore.
Sam, where the hell am I supposed to tether this horse?
Walter.
It's Walter. He's looking for me.
Give her the dagger. Give her advice. Come to Kingsbridge. I'll give her the dagger.
Quick, take this.
Yeah. Action. Justice. Yeah, you know what to do.
Walter.
You? I've not seen you in a long time. William would be very pleased if I brought him your head.
No! Don't harm her. If it wasn't for her, I'd be dead. She saved me from the storm.
Did she now?
Yep.
Come on, we have to get back to the castle. We've lost too much time already.
The girl stays with me. I do nothing.
It's all right. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for me. Thank you for saving me and protecting me from these people.
You're welcome.
Come on now. We need to get going. William is waiting.
But I did give her a knife, so now she can go back to her husband armed. William's wife. About William's wife, a note from Aliena. Was it my rejection that bitted William to the prospect of marriage for the years that followed?
Was I the reason he married so late? After I met Elizabeth, I later found out that she was the daughter of Harold of Weymouth, a wealthy knight and supporter of Stephen. Elizabeth was only 14 at the time of the wedding. Bishop Waleran wed them in the Cathedral of Shiring, and everyone of importance was invited to the large feast. Elizabeth is a gentle girl who probably felt honored to have been chosen to become the Earl's wife. I dare not imagine how William treated her. One more reason to finally put an end to all of this. Sorry, I got a text. Look at all these things I did in this chapter. Alright, that's the end of chapter 17. So before I start chapter 18, I'm going to go get my sushi. Alright, I got my sushi. Here it is. My sushi. It's a salmon roll, and it has tempura flakes on top. And spicy mayo. And the way they make their salmon roll is with fresh avocado. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Only $6. Outlaws. Playing through this game kind of feels like binge watching a TV show.
The letters I have written to you over the years surely could be bound into a book. One of our young novices once asked me why I write to you when you are dead. The young can be blunt, but the thing is, I think you are still alive. One day, I hope, I will find you, and then you will read these letters. And when you do, you will know that I was busy writing a book. Because of my book, I may have to talk to Bishop Henry. But that is not the only thing that keeps me awake tonight.
I have lots of things that are keeping me awake tonight.
Behind a wall in our crypt, Jack discovered a hidden room. We do not know who built it. But it is likely that Prior James hid there, even after he was said to have drowned. That means he was alive when we met in Kingsbridge on New Year's Day, the day of his burial. And Jack told me he saw a man in the church the night it burned down. Was that him? And if so, did he burn in the fire that night?
Maybe.
The dust storm and the drought are taking their toll on all of us. Thanks to our town wall, we are safe from the Earl and the outlaws. We've heard of places nearby being raided. We believe the attackers were William Hamley's men. We have enough food to last us another few weeks. But life has come to a halt. Martha believes there will be rain soon. But the storm is only a harbinger of rain. I hope that she is right. Jonathan worries about my book. The Divine Soul. In Winchester, he heard that Bishop Henry was less than pleased by what I had written. I am not naive enough to pretend I do not know why. I wrote that hope is godly, and since God made each of us, hope and salvation are only to be found within ourselves. Henry sells hope, and I am giving it away for free. If the church should ask me to clarify my position, of course I shall do so. But I feel I must give our people what they need in these desperate times. And how could I write anything else if this is what I truly believe? It must be well after midnight. With you, I can be honest about what truly troubles me. Jack told me that he was responsible for the fire in Kingsbridge. I know that it was a long time ago. He told me he set fire to the roof so there would be work for his father, Tom.
His stepfather, but... Oh.
My God. Save yourselves! The Saint! We must save the Saint! Fire! The whole roof is in flames!
My God!
Don't go in there! Adolphus! The Saint! We must save him! No! No! Don't go!
And as horrible as it may sound, I cannot find it in my heart just now to forgive Jack. Maybe because this confession comes too late. And from
he is building a new
who
one.
I have learned to trust. This is the truth.
Yeah, wait till you hear the truth about Jonathan. Keep writing this stuff down,
I
Philip.
should get some air, Francis.
It's gonna make a great book
The
someday.
storm has settled down. I know them by heart, but Jonathan insisted we keep them.
Take a walk.
If James died in that fire, then what happened to his remains? He was never properly buried, and that is Jack's fault.
Well, that's a thought.
A magnificent cathedral. But
He also
I
built
would
the
have
cathedral.
been more than content with the old one, had it not been burned to the ground.
Yeah, but then Tom wouldn't have had work to do.
And then, you know, all the stuff that happened to their families and all the other families that came into Kingsbridge would have never happened. Those lovers wouldn't have met.
Hello? I thought I saw someone.
You did. What? What? What the hell?
That came from the kitchen.
What are they doing in the kitchen? Kitchen's all over here. Who's that?
Oh, it's you.
Hey,
You startled me.
I thought I heard something. Was that you?
No, but I heard it too. Maybe Aliena came back.
No.
Maybe.
She's asleep. She returned a few hours ago.
Oh, it's not her.
Damn it.
Jack.
Sorry. There's someone in the kitchen.
Yes, I think you're right.
It's funny when
Stay
Jack
behind
swears
me.
at a priest.
I'll go ahead.
Uh-huh. Who's that with the knife?
There's someone in here.
Outlaws.
His response is a worried scoff sound. There's outlaws in here.
They are probably just after food. I will talk to them.
Oh, that's a
All
mistake.
right.
He's alone.
There must have been others.
There were others.
Most of the food is gone.
Hello.
We will not harm you. Do you hear me?
Whoa, what the hell?
Why did you do that, you animal? I will get the others.
Wait,
No!
Is this...
What?
He's just a child.
Oh, okay. But...
Just a child.
Is it a he? Are you sure it's a he?
Jack forgave the child. Just like that.
Oh?
And I forgave him. For that was what he had been when he arrived in Kingsbridge.
Hey.
Just a child.
Who
was I to judge this man for not confessing earlier what he had done?
Right.
I had never told his wife, Aliena, that I was responsible for her fate.
Yeah,
and for
maybe
her father's.
you should confess that.
Even that night, when we all met, I did not dare to tell her.
What are you waiting to confess?
The walls of Kingsbridge weren't enough anymore. The outlaws had found a way in. We weren't safe in our homes.
So this is what it has come to. Kingsbridge is under attack.
Why didn't Uncle Richard chase them away? Why?
Why? Indeed, why? Humph.
Now, do not exaggerate. This is not a siege.
We only saw two of them, and one of them was a child.
But they almost killed you.
Blame the drought. Blame William. Blame politics. Calm them down.
Well, it's King Stephen's fault. He wanted a Hamley as the new Earl, and he got one.
They did nothing to help the people through this drought. They have no other choice but to steal.
These outlaws are turning into a bloody plague. And where they came from, there are many more. If I could have fought for Stephen just a bit longer, he would have made me Earl.
Don't delude yourself.
It is all too easy to blame a desperate child. Forgiveness is much harder.
It is.
But forgive we must.
Can you? Forgive, I mean.
I
Yes.
already have.
Aw, you hear that, Jack?
Hamley
You're
is the
forgiven.
reason for this. He's to blame. It's that simple.
Well, he won't be Earl for long. The Treaty of Wallingford has been signed at last. It's only a matter of time until things change.
What treaty?
Winchester is in turmoil about this right now. Stephen and Maud have signed the treaty. Maud's son, Duke Henry, is to be crowned the next king.
And by agreement, all lands are to be returned to their previous owners.
But Stephen will continue to rule as long as he lives.
The earldom will be ours again.
It will not.
Why the bloody hell not?
Bloody hell.
Language?
Now you're teaching the
No
kids
one will
language.
enforce this until Stephen is dead.
What is to be done then?
What is to be done?
We have to stay strong, steadfast. We only have to wait until Hamley is stripped of power, right?
Right.
That would take too long. Many more will starve or die by his sword.
Well, if they're hungry, can't we just give them something to eat? I'll share.
Aww.
We should, and we will. But
Sweet
there are
kids.
too many to feed them all.
We must do something.
Well, I cannot sit quietly and wait until Stephen dies of old age.
What are you suggesting?
The Treaty of Wallingford is in place. I won't wait for another 17 years. Not when I'm so close to fulfilling the promise I made to my father.
You're right, but it wasn't William Hamley who came here last night. It's the outlaws we need to worry about.
Well, what do we do about it?
I mean, everyone was an outlaw. Turn the outlaws against him? Show compassion? Speak up for the outlaws? Fortify Kingsbridge. Speak up for the outlaws. Come
A
on,
few
Jack.
more months like this, and we'll be where they are now. We should support them, not fight them.
You are right, of course. But how can we help?
We could provide weapons for them to fight Hamley.
Alien has
fight
already
him?
kind of done that.
You mean to pillage and plunder? That'd be more likely.
What about his mother? I've heard that Hamley still listens to her, that she still has a say in Earl's Castle.
Oh?
Yes, let's tell his mother.
If we spoke to Regan Hamley, we might not need a physical confrontation at all.
Regan?
That'll never work. We have to assault them and take back our father's castle. Even if
That
that
will
means
never
fighting
work.
alongside the outlaws.
I don't like either choice, to be honest.
Neither do I.
Can we attempt the diplomatic
So-
approach first?
What do you think, Aliena?
Aliena's going to choose diplomacy. That's in her character. I will negotiate with Regan Hamley.
I'll negotiate with Regan Hamley. I will go to Earl's Castle. Alone.
Are you serious, Ali?
Regan Hamley seems
We have
be
to
in a tight
we have
corner
to
herself.
attempt diplomacy first.
She might well be willing to cooperate.
We don't need to go
do hope
about
you're
killing
right.
people.
All
If
right
we
with
haven't
you.
even attempted communication,
You won't, Cub. Not with that leg of yours.
you have to talk.
Your mother is right. Besides, if we all turn up, they might think we mean them harm.
Yeah. But if Ali is going alone, what kind of harm can one what was the name of her profession? Wool merchant? What can one wool merchant do?
And so, after 17 years, I finally returned to the place I'd once called home.
Yes. 17 long years. Chapter 19. The Return to Errol Castle.
Because I had failed to gain support from the people
Only 3
of
chapters left.
Shiring, my only hope now was a deal with William Hamley's mother, Regan. A woman whose possible support was only guaranteed by rumor.
Gotta try. You gotta try.
What's the worst that could happen? Earl Castle. Originally, the father of Earl Bartholomew ordered to build a castle a few miles outside the market of Shiring, which was meant to serve as the seat of the town's earl. That area, including a small village, the surroundings, and the building itself, is now known as Earl Castle. The castle has mainly served as a living quarters for the Earl's family, but its defenses have rarely been used. After Earl Castle had been violently seized by the Hamleys, all other inhabitants were driven from the estate. Nowadays, Earl Castle is a name to be feared. Ever since the Cathedral of Shiring was finished, William Hamley has become more disgruntled. Some believe he lost faith and only lives to satisfy his own greed and hunger by stealing from starving peasants.
Get in line and stay in line. You'll all get your chance to pay your dues to Lord Hamley, you hear? So no pushing.
Look at all those people hanging from gallows in the town square.
Why
does Lord
Hamley need all that food? Calm yourself. I'll make sure that nothing will happen to you. They took a woman in my town. She never came back. Nothing will happen to you if you just remain calm. Are you all right?
What do you think? Of course I'm all right.
I don't know.
I'm more all right than anyone else in this crowd. Just because Lord Hamley insists on women to deliver the tributes, don't mean you have to send your youngest and prettiest. Fools.
Patience, patience.
Is Lady Regan home?
Ah, as if she could ever leave.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm
Apples.
just a shepherd's daughter. I have no business here.
Shut up.
Bloody beggars.
I already have one.
Yeah, I know. What? Uh-oh. Did my mouse stop working?
I want to go home.
Can I use my mouse now?
You there.
What? Me?
Yes, I meant you. That's a pretty face you got there. You're coming with me.
What? Leave her. Take me instead.
Well, whatever. You'll walk to the other side of the yard and talk to Walter. He'll get you settled. And don't you dare stray from the path.
Okay. Don't stray from the path. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Are you done yet?
Almost. Let me just see if I took enough.
Oh, I heard Elizabeth. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Hi, Elizabeth.
What are you doing here? You need to leave. Don't come any closer. William has me watched.
What's taking so long?
I forgot the pork. I'll be out shortly. Wait a moment, then follow me.
I wasn't supposed to stray from the path.
We don't have much time. You will look for me any moment now. So why did you come?
I need to speak with Regan Hamley.
King Stephen has declared a truce with Empress Maud. William's tyranny is over. This land might finally see peace again.
That would be nice.
That's why I'm here, to talk to his mother.
Yep.
And what will become of me?
Oh, I don't know.
That's up to you. I fought to become a wool merchant. You could too.
I don't think I can be like you.
Well, you could help me.
What's holding you back?
I want to help you. I really do. But I don't know how.
Come work for me.
I feel so useless.
You're not useless, Elizabeth.
take me to Lady Hamley?
I wouldn't know how.
You wouldn't know how. Aren't you the wife?
Hugh Axe is watching me. He would never let you through. Only Walter and I are allowed inside the keep.
The keep?
Why don't you ask him? Walter.
Walter? William's dog?
Don't call him that. He's not as bad as people say he is.
Oh?
William won't allow me to talk to him anymore. Now Lady Regan is all I have left.
I'll talk to Walter then.
I will talk to Walter then.
Hurry up in there! Or do you want me to come in and pull you out?
I need to go.
Elizabeth seems to trust Walter. Was I wrong about him? Wasn't Walter the one we killed?
Oi, sod off!
Oi.
You have no reason to be here.
Actually...
I shouldn't get too close to him.
I thought I was supposed to...
I shouldn't get too close to him.
What? But,
I shouldn't get too close to him.
Okay, I get the idea. Walter. Hello.
Elizabeth claims you aren't such a bad person after all.
Am I not? Have you forgotten that I killed your family steward?
You got problems over there, Walter?
Yeah. I remember.
Tell your guard to stand down.
Have a heart.
Have a heart.
So, you think I'm a nice bloke, and you give me orders on how to handle my men? Don't make me laugh. Hugh!
What?
Uh-oh.
If you let me go, I promise I will end William Hamley's reign.
I don't believe you. But it's not up to me to judge these things. I'll
You gotta
take it to
trust
Lady
me on
Hamley.
this one.
She'll decide.
Yes! Perfect! That's what I need you to do anyways.
My lady?
Elizabeth, could you get me some water, dear?
Yes, my lady. But first, I need you to wake up, my lady. There is someone who wants to see you. It's the Lady Aliena.
You remember me?
Lady Aliena. When did that bitch become nobility again?
Oh? Show pity. Apologize for intruding.
I'm sorry for intruding, but this is very important.
Important? As if anything you have to say could be of any importance to me.
I'm certain you've heard about the treaty the king made with Duke Henry at Wallingford Castle.
I have. I have also heard that it's a muddled mess.
It is a complicated deal indeed, but one that will end the war. And one that makes my family the rightful owners of this earldom once more.
Only by word. There's no one who would come to enforce this, not even the king.
Don't you see what your son is doing to the land? Soon there won't be an earldom left to rule for anyone.
That's a lie.
My William is a better earl than your father ever was. To think that I once wanted to marry my good William into a family like yours. Not a day goes by when I am not glad that God saved us from that horrible fate.
Sheesh.
And that he sent that monk to Bishop Waleran to unveil your father's evil plan.
Father's evil plan?
That prior of Kingsbridge. Philip of Gwynedd.
What? Please, my lady. You need to hear her out.
Oh, my dear Elizabeth. Don't you see what she is trying to do to us?
Huh?
You cannot punish me for denying your son.
My lady. The Lady Aliena came here to make things better.
She has only ever made things worse. She mocked my son for wanting to marry her.
I didn't
She
mock
had
him.
every right to deny him.
What?
I said no.
How can you say that? He is your husband. He's good to you.
If it wasn't for Walter, I'm sure William would have killed me already.
What's going on here?
Oh, hello, William.
What's that bitch doing here?
She's trying to bargain.
She's
Bargain.
trying to take everything.
Uh-oh.
Is she now?
Leave it.
Shut up, old man.
Uh-oh. What?
Cut that whore up, Walter.
No. You brought this on yourself.
Oh!
Bloody traitor.
No! Ah!
Someone
Bye!
get here. Men! You will pay.
Rip.
You will
See you later.
pay for this.
Ha! How's it feel to be stabbed by your own wife? Good job, Liz. So proud of you, Liz. You deserve this, William. Yeah, you know who's coming for you, right? Remember that thing you saw in the fire? Yeah, that was part of the He's here. Have fun in hell.
Is he dead?
Yep.
He is. William
Go confess your
Hamley
sins
is
to a
dead.
priest.
What now?
Now we tell his men.
Drop your weapons immediately!
Immediately. Oh, okay.
Behold the banner of the new Earl of Shiring!
Wow. Well, that was quick.
Everyone, listen! Lord Hamley is dead! The castle now belongs to the former Earl's family again.
What?
Right.
You're shitting us!
It was the King's wish.
It is the King's wish.
Who killed him?
It's part of the treaty. He killed himself?
He died because he refused to hand over Earl's Castle peacefully. It's time that he is succeeded by a just and true leader.
I'm not gonna say anything. I don't need to make a choice.
I killed him.
What?
He lost his mind a long time ago. It had to end. Before
Walter.
we all had to pay the price for his madness.
Walter's a good man after all.
So what will happen to us then?
Guess we were wrong about Walter.
I shall tell the king that William Hamley forced you to do his bidding. That every atrocity done to the people of Shiring was his doing and his alone. That is my final word.
You will get your chance for redemption. By helping the people of Shiring recover from your own cruelty.
Yeah.
And by rebuilding their homes and tending to their fields.
Yeah.
Ali, you helped me greatly, but it is still me who is the rightful heir to Father's title, not you. Back when he made us swear the oath, you hesitated. I never forgot that. From now on, you can be my deputy, but in the end, I make the decisions.
Make me your advisor.
You'd be wise to make me your advisor. We need to keep together if you want to make this work.
Let's talk about this later.
Okay.
The tyranny of William Hamley is over. The earldom of Shiring belongs to its rightful heir.
I did make that vow to my father on his deathbed. Alright, the reinstatement of Richard of Shiring. King Henry II, by the counsel of all his barons, and for the fulfillment of the Treaty of Wallingford, has decreed that Shiring and each township shall return to the owners from before the former Lord King Stephen's times. Within the term fixed for its sovereignty, those to be in succession by blood of former Earl Bartholomew of Shiring shall claim the title. Richard of Shiring, therefore, is to be announced the Earl in an official ordeal of inauguration.
Send a messenger to Kingsbridge to let Prior Philip know that Shiring is finally free.
What is it? Why are they laughing?
You can send a messenger if you want, but there won't be much of a prior left when he arrives.
What?
Ali, what's going on?
What are they talking about? What are they talking about? What do they mean?
The Pope believes we should either burn him or make him Bishop of Kingsbridge.
I have already taken matters into my own hands. My men arrested him while Kingsbridge was left unguarded.
While his friends took Earl's Castle.
Yes.
At least in his death, William Hamley was of use to you.
What? Chapter 20. The end? The day
Look
of
at
the
all
trial.
These people. Seems like they're enjoying themselves.
They never change. You drooling dogs should be ashamed.
Shut up, you old hag.
Ellen?
I'm not feeling well.
I'll stay with you. Go ahead. We'll come after you. Quick! You can't be too late.
Is your mother ill?
It's not that.
What is it then?
This is where they hanged my father.
The trial begins. The judges. Brother of Stephen, King of the English. The Right Reverend Bishop Henry of Winchester. Her Highness, the Countess Lady Aliena of Shiring. Presiding over the trial, the Right Reverend Bishop of Shiring and Kingsbridge, Waileron Bygod.
Please. The church is not without fault.
They're trying Philip.
We have gathered here today before the eyes of God to accuse one of our own. He wrote in his book that the Church and the papacy are not necessary as intercessors between God and man. That God is in man, that all men are equal, and that each sinner is as close to our Lord as the Pope himself. Now, we ask God for his judgment. For his is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Not ours, and not yours. You
Interesting
stand
take.
accused of heresy.
Heresy?
Philip of Gwynedd, how do you plead?
Innocent.
Answer!
I am not guilty.
Yeah, we want drama.
Your teachings speak another language. Guilty, I say.
I am deeply saddened. It may come as a surprise to you, but we had hoped to make you Bishop of Kingsbridge.
You still can.
Why has it come to this, Philip?
In part, I am to blame. I supported Philip in his early years. I demand that Philip be removed from his position of prior immediately.
What?
No!
And that he remain in captivity until such time that Shiring and all of England have healed from the poisonous words he has dispersed.
What? No.
No!
What? Yes?
You are accusing Philip because he has defied you.
I made him prior, and grateful he was not. But no, I accuse him because his teachings are false. And I intend to prove that Philip's decisions have been more than misguided in the past. Call in Remigius.
Ah, great.
The Prior of Shiring, Father Remigius.
My bishop.
Tell the court, Remigius, what you have told me.
Oh, great.
For many years, I served as sub-prior of Kingsbridge.
Uh-huh.
First for Prior James, then for the accused.
Right.
What was your first impression of him?
I was offended by his bluntness and accusations during the chapter discussions.
What else?
Prior Philip did not hesitate to give refuge to the people fleeing Earl's Castle in the winter that our king died.
What, is that a bad thing?
Is that not a good deed?
Yeah.
A true Christian act?
You do not know him as well as you think you do, Lady Aliena. Today, that will change.
The future master builder of our cathedral and his woman were among those taking refuge.
Oh.
They were living in sin. They were unmarried and fornicating. Philip allowed them to stay.
The scandal.
Why would he do that?
I do not know, my bishop.
Maybe because he himself was involved in similar affairs. We will see.
That's
Then,
a hefty
on the
accusation.
day of our first fleece fair, we were attacked.
I heard. It was terrible.
I tried to soothe the woman's pain by reading the scripture to her. The builder's
here it
woman
comes.
I have spoken of tried to put a spell on her with poisonous herbs.
Poisonous?
And Philip intervened.
Yes. He pushed me aside and gave the woman poison.
Alright. Alright, come on. That's an
It is
exaggeration.
worse than I
Gave him some
thought.
weed.
It was no poison.
And then there was the day the Virgin Mary's statue arrived in Kingsbridge.
Oh, yeah, that part.
I did not believe it was a miracle.
Now you got everybody else against
Clearly,
you.
it is a miracle. I hear of many who were healed in Kingsbridge.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're turning on him.
Well, I soon realized it was a true miracle, but Philip did not.
Going back on his question.
He was only after the money people donated at the Virgin's Shrine.
That was an interesting pivot.
That is why I left.
I believe there is one more thing you have not told us about.
Oh, there's
Something
more.
very important.
What's this?
Yes. Philip has fathered a child.
What?
A son.
Oh, no.
And he raised him in the priory.
He is guilty.
No. No. Talking about Jonathan?
of Kingsbridge, step forward.
Well, Jonathan knows who his father is.
This is preposterous.
Is it?
It is preposterous
Is this true?
and wrong.
Are you Philip's son?
No.
Answer the question, Jonathan of Kingsbridge.
Philip has always been like a father to me.
Like a father to me.
But he's not my father.
How do you know that?
He told me.
And how do you know he spoke the truth?
Philip would never lie.
Answer the bishop.
Philip would never lie. He told me that I was found in the woods.
In the woods?
Yeah.
Is this true, Philip? Or are you lying?
He was found in the woods.
Well, you told
My
the story so
brother
many
found him in
times.
the woods.
My brother found him.
Your brother?
Yeah.
Had he not been working for Earl Robert of Gloucester? You have not seen him in a long time now, have you? Let us ask your brother if your stories are true.
Oh, was I supposed to keep my brother out of that? Did I forget to keep my brother out of that? Oops. Oh wait, he's here. Hey, bro.
Francis, what happened to you?
This is not your fault. He does this to hurt you.
My God.
Francis of Gwyneth.
Huh?
He was arrested more than 15 years ago. He was arrested for conspiring against his own master, Earl Robert.
Remove the prisoner.
What? Why didn't he... He didn't get a chance to answer about the baby.
Philip told me himself. And I told Earl Robert.
I didn't... What?
For God and the Church cannot take sides in these conflicts. Only one brother has been tried so far, but both of them conspired against Earl Robert. And his ally, Earl Bartholomew, your father, Lady Aliena. Philip took in all those refugees years ago because he was to blame for their fate.
Oh, man.
As he was for yours when you lost your father and your earldom. That, Lady Aliena, is the man you are trying to protect.
So?
Well?
I know that he is a troubled man. We've all had to make hard decisions. Decisions that seemed right at the time.
Right.
When indeed, they were terrible mistakes.
Yeah.
I am thankful that I was forgiven when I made a mistake. Now I forgive him.
See?
Let us now return to the problem at hand.
Yeah.
There is a man who witnessed how Jonathan was found in the forest.
Yes, there is.
A man who can shed light on who Jonathan's father really is.
Yes, there is. His name is Jack Jackson.
My husband.
Your
Step
first husband?
forward.
Oh, this husband.
What is your
Jack.
name?
My name
He
is
is
Jack
the master
Jackson.
builder of Kingsbridge.
Have
It's
you
always
lost
been.
your courage?
No, I have not. You know well why it would be hard for me to face you. They call me Jack, after my father. My name is Jack Jackson.
Yes.
Yes. Indeed, we have met
How
before.
old were you when you allegedly saw Jonathan as a child in the woods?
12. But I know what I saw. Philip told the truth.
You were a child. And what were
Not
you
the
doing
only
there?
child.
In the woods?
I was living in the forest with my mother.
They were outlaws.
Yeah, you want to know why we were outlaws?
Friar Remigius is the most trustworthy witness we've seen today, and his statement was quite damning to Philip.
So?
The distant memories of an outlaw child cannot convince me otherwise.
I was a falsely made an outlaw.
Let him go!
He would never do that!
Here comes the light.
And yet, Lady Aliena is right. We do not know enough to judge him as harshly as you proposed, Bishop Waileron.
Yeah, this is far from over.
You are right, Bishop Henry. As I said, it is not up to us to judge this man.
Yeah.
Philip of Gwynedd has pleaded innocent, but how innocent is he?
Wait, none of this is over yet. There's so much more to say.
We ask God for his judgment. As Bishop of Kingsbridge and Shiring, I demand an ordeal by fire.
Not one of these.
This is
madness. This is what Philip's first book was about.
Philip of Gwynedd will be tried and judged at the stake.
The irony.
If he is innocent, God will save him from the flames. If he is not, then he will burn as the heretic
No,
and
we can
sinner
just give you
God
more
has
proof.
declared him to be.
No!
Ellen. Yes, Ellen.
Waileron, by God! Not this time.
Do it. Yeah, you know who she is. You've accused her
I
of
saw
witchcraft.
the child and Francis. I was there. Philip is not the child's father.
Say who
He
is.
is a fool, but he is a good man.
Then, who is the father?
Tom
Builder.
They are all in this together.
What?
This woman is a witch and an outlaw, living in sin
Again
with
with
a
the
thief.
we're gonna be breaking apart
was
that outlaw
hanged in
accusation
Shiring 30
real quick
years
here.
ago.
We've got all the evidence.
He was not a thief.
Uh-huh.
He was a good man.
Here it comes.
You murdered him, Waileron,
Yep.
by God.
What is
Falsely.
this nonsense?
He
did
was
this.
a thief. He stole a golden chalice and melted it down and sold it.
Then how
What
does it
chalice?
still exist?
The chalice of the Eucharist.
We have that. We have
he
that.
stole it from the Cathedral of Kingsbridge.
We have that.
Sacrilege.
It's not melted. It's
Yes,
right here.
Friar James of Kingsbridge caught him red-handed.
Nope. That's a lie. This chalice?
Is that the chalice? You said it was melted down and sold.
Fall not for their lies. That could be any chalice. This does not prove a
Listen
thing.
to him. Listen to him.
Where did you find this chalice?
In a secret chamber. We believe Prior James hid it because he felt guilty for falsely accusing Jack's father.
What proof do you have?
He told me.
Proof?
The night the cathedral burned down, I was there. I saw him.
Prior James died weeks before that.
No, he didn't.
He did not.
Bishop
he
Henry,
didn't.
he speaks the truth.
Oh, Remigius is like, I gotta dip out of here.
I will give you
Bye,
until
Tommy.
sunset to produce a witness who can prove your accusations against Bishop Waleran. Not just this chalice. If you fail to do this, I will make sure you are tried for defamation. Philip of Gwynedd, you will stay under arrest. The trial recommences at sunset.
Who can we produce as a witness?
We need a witness.
Oh, we've got plenty.
What are you doing there?
We just gotta find one
I've
that's
seen
good
you draw
enough.
up plans for a cathedral. Maybe we can do something similar to find our witness.
Easy. Well, we get to review the
Let's
entire
see.
story plot now.
Your father.
Yep.
He looks just like you.
My grandmother said he did.
Builder. Oh, that's
and Bishop
Jack.
Waleran. What are the connections? Maybe, by exploring them, we can find a witness.
Good idea.
Good idea.
Bishop Waleran is at the center of all this.
He sure is.
Jack's father. If he was still with us, he could be our witness.
Maybe he still can.
He still can.
Mother says Waleran was behind my father's death.
Yeah.
And she said he wasn't alone. There
Yep.
were 3 men responsible for your father's death.
Yep.
Bishop Waleran,
Percy.
Percy Hamley. Back then, he was the Sheriff of Shiring.
He was the sheriff. Yep.
And Prior James of Kingsbridge.
Yep.
If they were all there, then they were all witnesses.
And only Waleran's still alive.
Hardly a coincidence.
Hardly.
Why would these 3 men work together to falsely accuse your father?
He was on the White Ship. No
He was
one
the only
survived that
survivor.
night. No one lived to tell the story.
Wait.
Yes. He was the sole survivor.
And then they killed him.
But
why?
They wanted him because they were responsible for sinking the White Ship. Percy
William
Hamley.
Hamley's father. And what about the ship?
Yes, Percy Hamley burned down the ship.
Why would Waleran, Percy, and James be concerned about the White Ship?
The son and heir of King Henry was on board. So were other possible heirs and other members of the royal household.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that Stephen was supposed to be on the ship as well, but became ill.
Mm-hmm.
He was the only male heir. The only threats were the king's daughter Maud and her half-brother Earl Robert, and they've been at war ever since.
Yup.
And your father, Earl Bartholomew. He was a threat. He tried to stop Stephen and paid for that with his life. Maybe my father saw something on the White Ship. Proof that Stephen was involved. My father wanted to go to England. He was the only one who made it when the White Ship sank.
Okay. King Stephen.
Stephen always claimed that it had been God's will that he was not on that ship. That he remained as the only male heir.
That wasn't God. I bet Stephen had a hand in the sinking of the ship.
Now imagine what would have happened if he had learned that someone survived. Someone who might have seen what really happened that night.
Well, Waleran maybe got his office.
If the White Ship
from
is
the king?
involved, then it's likely that Waleran was told by King Stephen to murder your father.
But he was not king back then. Why would Waleran listen to him?
He was promised to become bishop.
Told you.
Of course.
Remember, Bishop Henry is Stephen's brother, and back then he was already one of the most influential clerics in all of England.
Yep.
But if Bishop Henry is in on all this, what chance do we have to turn this trial around?
It is a public trial. All we want is for Philip to go free. We find a witness to expose Waleran. Henry would have to play along to appear innocent.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Yep.
It's our best shot.
That's all we got. So then, Bishop Walter, Prior James, where's Bishop Henry? Prior James, no.
What about Prior James?
James was the prior of Kingsbridge.
That's where they say your father stole the chalice, melted it and sold it.
Uh-huh.
But we know that's not true.
Yes, we do.
As we found it. Philip recognized the chalice.
Yes, he did.
But Bishop Henry wants a witness. The chalice isn't enough.
But it's an important lead for us.
The chalice is an important lead. Who has seen the chalice that's still alive besides Waleran?
I think we're getting closer.
King Stephen.
What about the king?
Maybe Stephen never came up with the plan to hang your father.
You mean Waleran did it because he heard rumors and wanted to get closer to Stephen and Bishop Henry? Maybe.
Maybe.
If Stephen was responsible for the sinking of the White Ship, then he may have wanted the only witness of what really happened to disappear.
Well, yeah.
But he wouldn't have done it himself, of course.
No.
No.
Percy Hamley was the sheriff of Shiring. Well, he could have ordered your father to be hanged.
But he was arrested and held in Kingsbridge first. Prior James claimed that my father had committed theft.
How are Prior James and Percy Hamley connected?
Not at all, I would guess.
Except through Bishop Waleran.
Yes. He needed James to arrest my father and Percy Hamley to hang him.
Now both of them are dead. That can't be a coincidence.
It's not. So who is Jack's father to Bishop Waleran?
I wonder if my father ever learned why he was killed.
Waleran, Percy, and James were behind the death of Jack's father.
Yes. Oh, that's one. We already said that one. Was the chalice on
the
the
chalice
ship?
was used to kill the last survivor of the White Ship.
Yes.
So Waleran and the others claimed your father had stolen a chalice from Kingsbridge Cathedral.
This is very elaborate.
And that he sold it.
Yes.
We know that's not true, but we need a witness.
It's the only way to help Philip.
We need someone who can prove that the chalice is...
Philip said that Prior James was an honest man.
Real, right? We gotta find someone who
Waleran
can
forced
identify
him
the
to
chalice.
falsely accuse your father.
Maybe.
That might explain why James was guilt-ridden. The monks still tell the stories about how James thought the devil was after him.
The devil.
So, what about Prior James and Waleran?
Waleran was not yet bishop when the hanging took place. He was archdeacon.
He was only archdeacon?
Philip told me.
But James still had to do what Waleran told him to?
I think that's very likely.
Percy Hamley was poisoned.
One less witness that knew about Waleran.
And Waleran probably wanted William to become Earl. He was easier to control than his father.
Yeah. Wait a second.
What about Regan Hamley? She survived.
She was taken to her townhouse in Winchester.
Oh.
And in her condition, she might not be able to help at all.
Unless she can identify the chalice.
Stephen himself probably never set eyes on that chalice.
Did he
Jack
ever
did.
even see the chalice that they claim he stole? Perhaps not.
But who did?
James claimed that your father had stolen the chalice and sold it.
Yeah.
But instead, James himself hid it in Kingsbridge, in the crypt.
Right.
We found his scourge in a bed down there.
Wait.
That secret chamber is important.
Yeah. Who knows about the secret chamber? Can we connect
We're
the
close.
secret chamber? Yes, I know we're close. Can we connect the secret chamber to Prior
Everyone
James?
thought Prior James was dead. That he broke into the ice.
Yeah.
And now we know he was hidden away.
Yes.
Why did his monks believe he was dead?
Sub-Prior Remigius told everyone he had found James' rosary by the river. So everyone thought the body had been washed away.
Remigius.
They buried an empty casket.
Remigius.
But how is Remigius involved?
Philip told me that Remigius was there when Waleran made Philip prior.
Yep.
Waleran and Remigius knew each other.
Yep.
That explains why Waleran later made Remigius prior of Shiring.
And Remigius recognized my mother when we arrived in Kingsbridge.
Correct.
He must have been there at the time my father was arrested.
Yes, Remigius accused...
I think Remigius knows all about this.
Yes, he
Is
does.
it possible that Waleran told Remigius to make Prior James disappear when James began to talk about what they'd done?
Yes.
When James started talking to the devil.
But for some reason, Remigius hid him away. But Waleran never knew. Yes, that explains why he really didn't believe you.
Yeah.
When you said you had seen James in the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Where James died after all. And Remigius thought no one knew.
Uh-huh.
We have to find Remigius. He's our witness.
But...
Let's hurry. It's getting dark already.
But we saw him
the
dip
trial
out.
will continue soon.
People know you two. You shouldn't walk around shiring like that.
Well, what are you gonna
do? He's right.
I'll go look for him.
Oh, okay.
All right. Take care of yourself. And Jonathan.
Yes?
We will talk later about what was said today. About Tom.
All right.
You're gonna love this story. It's a great story.
Remigius. Now where are you?
Oh, great. Where could he be? We saw him dip out of the mass of people at the Shiring Cathedral. Oh, wait. Let's just...
No one may approach the pyre.
Why not?
Bishop Henry's orders.
Oh, all right.
All right. He wouldn't be in St. George. It might be at St. George. It's kind of more Remigius'
Everyone
style.
left for the trial, it seems.
All right. Well, let's go to the mass of the people at the Shiring trial. It's not like Remigius is in a large house.
Hello?
Is he? Yeah. Just checking. He wouldn't be drinking. Maybe he would be drinking.
Do you want to go in, Father?
No, not yet. Thank you.
Are you not with Prior Philip?
Yes,
Yes, I am.
I pray they'll set him free.
He's a good man.
He is a heretic!
You're fools! Look at yourselves! Who are you to judge a man who has never hurt anyone?
Forgive them, Father.
We don't judge him, but God will!
Everyone's convinced. Oh, look, there goes Remigius. I saw him. He dipped into here. I know you're in
Remigius?
here. I saw you.
I don't think he's here.
What? He's right there.
Wait. Was that him?
Yes.
I think I saw him.
You did. See, look, now he's going into St. George. Man with the child.
Hello? The door's open. Is anyone there?
Wait, the man with the child was my brother.
My God! No!
Oh no!
Our bishop is very displeased.
Oh no!
No!
They're hanging Remigius.
What are you doing?
I'm doing what is asked of me.
Stop it!
Oh god. His life is in my hands. Ah! He's dying. Oh god!
No, stay away. This does not concern you.
Oh god, I failed. I failed at the worst possible time.
No!
There you go. Now Bishop Wailerin will be pleased.
Oh no! Oh, dang it! That's the first time I've seen the end in this book. Well, we know what happens when you go down the wrong path now. Okay, I'll take it. I gotta get there before.
Hello? The door's open.
I gotta get there before he gets. If I stop by the man with the child, who I know who they are, this event would take place without me, and he'd be dead. That's my logic for going through the exact same system. But I'm just not gonna fail this time. Not gonna fail my skill check.
Displeased.
All right,
No,
let's get it
what
right.
are you
Let's get it right.
doing?
Let's get it right. Let's get it right. Let's get it right.
Stop it!
Stop it! All right, don't screw up. I have the reactions of a panther.
No.
What?
Stay away.
What?
This does not concern you.
I got it right this time.
No.
Who told you to do this?
No one.
That's a lie.
Why did he do this to you?
I will tell you. I will tell everyone.
Ah. All right, now can I go talk to? Oh.
Do you have a witness?
I'll get a chance to talk to my
Father Remigius,
brother that I found out
prior
at
of
this time.
Shiring.
Why didn't Alfred ever tell him?
Where
his
is
brothers?
Timothy? What they told you
Where
is
is
true.
Timothy?
Bishop Wailerin wanted the jongleur Jacques Cherbourg dead. He ordered our Prior James to frame him. And so he did.
This is a lie.
Is it?
James lost his mind because of what he did for you. He was about to tell everyone the truth. And then you ordered me to kill him.
Nonsense.
Let him speak.
I couldn't do it. I hit him, but he died in the fire.
He died
Jack
in the
saw him.
fire.
It was him.
It was him.
I found the bones after the fire, and I buried them.
Oh, at least someone buried him. That's good.
You should put an end to this, Henry. You really should.
Why would I?
You should stop this for your own sake. You knew about all this.
Why would I care if that jongleur lived or died?
Yeah.
Your brother cared. The jongleur survived the sinking of the White Ship. He saw how your brother's men killed the king's family so that he could take the throne.
This is preposterous.
Bishop Henry and King Stephen ordered us to kill the man. You want the truth? That's the truth. Right there.
Right
It
there.
is not.
She walks.
Waileran is a liar.
Regan Hamley.
Uh-huh.
I have waited long enough for this day.
Yes.
It is time I raise
Let
my
all
voice.
the beans be spilled. Spill the tea.
Woman, Ellen. She spoke the truth. 3 men were responsible for the death of the Jongleur. James, the Prior of Kingsbridge. The Sheriff, my husband, Percy Hamley. But it was Waileran who was behind it.
That's
and
right.
Only Waileran.
He wanted power.
No! He had heard rumors about the White Ship, about our king. He had hoped to win the king's favor.
Lock
by
him up.
hanging
Lock
an
him up.
innocent
Lock
man.
him up.
But it was not just me. They all knew.
Conspiracy. Take them all away. Ha!
This is for taking my husband's life.
It was Waileran.
It was Waileran.
Oh, we did it. It's over.
Yes, it's over.
Thank you, Lady Hamley.
This monk must learn his lesson.
The Pope would agree. This trial is not over. Philip pleaded not guilty, but he challenged the teachings and the authority of the Church. The ordeal of fire will take place.
What, really? It's still going to take place?
The Church is not above God. To show that my brother, the King of the English, is not above God. Not we, but God shall judge this man.
Wow.
This is madness!
No, they can't do this.
They can and they will.
No! You cannot do this!
Philip wrote about this.
This is now a matter of the Church, Lady Aliena. My brother, the King, and I accepted the traitor Waileran into our midst. We were fools and sinners, even if we did not know. I pray that our Lord will save Philip from these flames, for his salvation shall be a salvation for all of us sinners.
The moment of truth. It's kind of windy. I don't see any rain though. Could really use some rain.
My God, there must be something we can do.
Stop this madness!
They just burned him alive? They just burned him alive. Return to Kingsbridge. Here I go. Sadly and slowly returning to Kingsbridge. They're really making me sit here and think about the fact that Philip was burnt at the stake. What? Wait.
Wait, it's Philip. He's alive. Oh, that's why they were making me wait. He's alive. And look at this beautiful castle that he's built. Well, he didn't build the whole thing. Look at this cathedral. Doesn't look like many English cathedrals of the time. Hello, Prior. Is that Prior Jonathan?
Ah, Philip.
It is so good to see you, Jonathan.
Tell me,
happened?
How are things at St. John in the Forest?
Francis is well.
That is wonderful.
He's returned to St. John in the Forest?
He enjoys the life there.
Oh, the two brothers.
You look worried, Jonathan.
Well,
I need to
you
know what
have
happened.
A visitor. He
A
just
visitor?
arrived.
Is that not a good thing, Jonathan? Who is it?
Who is
That
it?
is just it.
Huh?
I wasn't sure if you wanted to see him.
I need to know what happened. How did he survive being burnt at the stake? Is this Wailerin?
It has been a long time.
Ah, yes, it has. I had to know.
Know what?
The truth is, I never saw God. Or the devil.
You just
Have
saw
you?
power. Have
Oh
you,
Lord,
Philip?
deliver us from evil. Our Father, who art in heaven,
My God,
hallowed be
there
thy
must be
name.
something we can
Thy
do.
kingdom come,
Stop this
thy will be done on earth as it is
Are
in
you
heaven.
blind? Do you not know that a fire will burn any man, no matter who he is?
Why are you doing this?
After Waelerin's words, there is doubt in their hearts about my motives, about my brothers. No words can erase
He's
that
just
doubt,
proving what the
but
first
God
book was
can.
about.
Our Lord is a cleansing fire.
Oh. Hear the music?
He's still alive.
He's laughing.
It's a miracle. He is among us. God is here.
That's pretty
How is this
horrible.
possible?
Pretty horrible fire you built there.
Perspective.
We have to stop this.
It's all a matter
No,
of
Jack.
perspective. Who said that?
Come.
My God.
No, but that's what they see. That's what they believe.
Ah.
The water. It's dousing the flames.
What water?
It's a trick.
To them, it's a miracle.
It's the same trick that they
The
use
justice
on the...
of our church.
Ah.
I believe Philip understands that now.
Remember the
His book
weeping
will be
virgin,
destroyed.
the weeping Mother
If you
Mary.
or your friends
It's the
ever
same
mention
trick.
the White Ship again, I promise you will take Prior Philip's place.
Oh.
And God will not be as forgiving.
Their
Oh.
faith in you and your church is restored. I say it was worth sparing that monk's life.
It functioned under the same principle.
Promise me that Wailerin will suffer.
Promise me that Wailerin will suffer. Well, here we are now in the year 1175. 20 years later.
Philip?
Yes?
Did you see God? Did he save you that night?
I'm answering him.
I told him. He only smiled at me. I never saw him again, as long as I lived.
Philip is back.
Philip! Did you walk all the way? Again?
Just part of it.
Old fool.
Look at the family.
Ellen stayed in Kingsbridge.
Yay.
I thought I had lost God, that he did not watch over us. But now I see him every day.
Aww.
He is in the good we do, in how we show our love. Jack's hands had become rough, his hair gray, but his eyes still burned bright like hot coals.
Yep, Jack's eyes always had a power to do that.
It's good to see you.
Aliena's gaze could be as stern as her father's had been, but her heart and wit made her a leader people did not follow out of fear, but out of respect and loyalty.
Jonathan told us you had a visitor.
Just an old friend.
What do you think of this window?
Jonathan came to look more and more like his father, Tom.
I bet he
As
did.
Prior of Kingsbridge, he is also a builder of sorts.
I use mostly warm colours. What good are the large windows if it feels cold?
Sally is as stubborn and as gifted as her parents. It is her stained glass windows the light is falling through. She has children of her own now.
Aww.
And I'd like to show you the plans for the new cloister.
Tommy will be the next master builder,
Yes, he
and
will.
is as silent as his grandfather was. Once I heard him admonish his father to be more serious at work.
Wow.
Jack only smiled. He knew Tommy was right.
That
Martha
makes sense.
stayed in Kingsbridge as well.
Yay.
She was always
Did she marry
there
Richard?
for every one of us.
Is the judge done now? I don't know. Why don't you ask him yourself?
Is the judge done now?
It will never be done. Not in my lifetime. Not in yours.
Wow. That's a big
Remember
church.
us for what we did, for who we were, and maybe for what we tried to be. And when you turn your eyes to our cathedral, maybe you will see yourself.
What a good story. Well, where can we see this lovely cathedral? Well, you can see it in Kingsbridge, of course. We did it. Game over. I mean, I know that the Earl of Shiring is now Richard. I just thought that, you know, maybe she would have ended up with her. But oh well. I knew there were a lot of things that I didn't complete. If I had been more elaborate in certain chapters, then I could have gotten all the side quest kind of stuff done. But overall, I'm happy with how our story turned out. It's nice to see all of the literary parallels and circular irony play themselves out. The story wasn't trying to convert us in any kind of way, but rather using a finite set of tools, much like masonry, to tell a very specific story with certain boundaries and guidelines. And how, you know, there's
there is a certain sense of cosmic justice to the whole thing. And the actions from 2 generations ago finally coming into fruition and cycling back around, to prove that no one's really ever going to escape the long arm of justice in the end. There's something about karma to be said in the story. There's a lot of things about how being the best version of yourself and doing what you think is the right thing to do can sometimes be misinterpreted or be misunderstood or never even known at all. Maybe some of the best things that you've ever done in your life are secrets that you'll carry with you to your grave. And whether or not someone else digs them up and finds them won't matter. I don't know. I like that story a lot. It also goes to show you that, you can hide the truth as well as you think you can in order to, achieve some sort of level of power and stature. But it'll eat at you, and the cracks will reveal themselves over time. And that you can't hide behind a fortress of lies forever. It's quite a journey. Hey! Gekli Lel, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. We just got done with book 3 of Ken Follett's The Pillars of the Earth. And I'm happy to have finished it all right before Christmas. It was thematically appropriate for this time of year. And I'm glad I finally got around to playing this game. I know it came out like 5 years ago, but I finally got around to playing it. It was one of those games that I got on my Epic Games account. And I'm so grateful for that Epic Games account and, all of the success that Epic Games has had over the years, which has led them to the situation where they can offer you a chance at games that you may have never even known about because they offer them for free. And I like that because I don't have a lot of extra money to spend on things. So I'm always checking out whatever kind of free stuff they have on Epic Games. And, it leads me to have something to entertain myself with for several days. I've played this game for 3 days, three streams straight. I started on Tuesday. Here I am now on Friday, finishing. And I'm very, very happy with the way that the story played out. I have no idea how accurate it is in comparison to the book, because I never read the book. And I'm not sure how much I could have affected the ending by making different kinds of choices. Because, there were a lot of different paths I could take the story down. And I don't know which of those paths would lead to game over situations. And I don't know which of those paths would lead to alternate ending situations. And maybe I'll go through it again sometime. But I'm going to sit and enjoy my version of the story that I came up with. And I'm sure the characters don't do too much differently, but maybe learn their lessons in alternate way if you do it a different way. I don't know, I could look into it, maybe. Maybe I will. But not today. Today, I'm going to spend the rest of my time preparing for special events that are happening tonight, and then special events that are happening tomorrow, and of course, very special events that are happening on Sunday. It's a weekend full of wonder and love and friendship and caring, and I am very much looking forward to spending quality time with my family and letting them know that I love them It is Christmas time. And I got them some really nice gifts. As good of a gift as I could afford to get them. But they're thoughtful more than they are expensive. And I'm going to put a lot of effort into making sure that they are appreciated and make sure that they are utilized to their full potential. And all I can do is give. Maybe not necessarily the most money in the world. Richard can die? What? Richard certainly didn't die in the version of the story that I played through. I was able to keep my vow with Richard. Richard was alive and became the rightful Earl after the treaty. Because I kept Richard alive all the way through books 1 and 2. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Aliena was alive. And Aliena was probably the character that had the most time spent like contemplating what decisions I wanted to make. Because I wanted her to be a fierce fighting, you know, I wanted her to be that all the time. But the storyline kept trying to get me to take a diplomatic approach to things, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's the reasonable thing to do. But I can see that she is a feisty character. I didn't know Richard could die. That's crazy. Well, if that can change, what else could I possibly change? I could put this through this whole story differently. That's nutty. I don't know. I made the decisions I would have made. I kind of embraced the characters that Aliena and Philip were. So they're not exactly the most accurate reflections of myself. But they are most certainly characters that I tried to keep true to form from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. Tonight, I'm going to spend quality time with a good friend of mine. We're going into downtown. And I'll probably post some shit on Instagram about it. Who knows? Check me out on all my socials. But I am going to be signing off now pretty soon here. Thanks for letting me know about that, Gekly, and thank you again for the follow. And I look forward to maybe seeing you around another stream. But that's going to do it for me, folks. Like I said, big plans with my friends tonight. And then, of course, this Christmas weekend, a lot of quality time with my family. I think they're going to like the gifts I got them and do for them and make them. And that's all I'm going to say. Because, you know, sometimes they do watch my stream. And I don't want them to, I don't want them to find out what they got for Christmas through the stream. So I'm not going to mention them anymore. I wish everyone a very, very, very happy holiday. We're coming up on a couple more holidays after this. My schedule's going to be a little bit different. And I'll keep you informed about it on my Twitter page. And I'll let you know what my plans are for the week. Because usually I'm a pretty regular streamer on Tuesdays and on Fridays. And then occasionally I will stream on either a Thursday or a Sunday. So I do stream, you know, regularly 2 to 4 times a week. And sometimes I'm just doing music streams. And then other times I'll just go straight through a playthrough like I did these past 3 streams. So Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday at this beginning of winter break, you know, as a teacher I get a winter break as well. Was spent, you know, playing this game all the way through and getting all my administrative stuff done so I can really feel like I earned my Christmas holiday. And I can feel very, very stress-free about the week between Christmas and New Year's. Anyways, I gotta go get ready for a show. Have a wonderful night, everybody. And I'll probably see you after the holidays are over. Well, I'll see you in between Christmas and New Year's. For sure. You'll see me at least once between those times, but I can't promise anything about the next few days. If I get some spare time and I feel like it, I might turn on stream. Who knows? Maybe I'll do some IRL live stuff. But most likely you can keep up with me on Instagram at this point and hear my thoughts on Twitter. And yeah, I'll catch y'all later. Thanks for watching me play through this game. Goodbye. Fare thee well. Adieu. Gute Nacht. Adios. Buenas noches. Sayonara. También.